Welcome to the final hearing of the Committee's inquiry into current and future public transport needs in Western Sydney. I acknowledge the people of the Dharawal Nation, the traditional custodians on the lands on which we're meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Kate Fairman and I am Chair of the Committee. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. So welcome and thanks for making the time to give evidence. Could each of you, starting with you, Mr McKillop, state your name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation, please.
Scott McKillop, Chief Corporate Affairs Officer for Western Sydney International Airport. And I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
And Simon Hickey, Chief Executive Officer of Western Sydney International Nancy Bird Walton Airport. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Now I assume one of you will have a short opening statement to make. Mr Hickey.
Yes, thank you very much. It's great to be here. So firstly, I acknowledge the Dharawal people, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we stand today. I pay my respects to elders and the continued cultural and spiritual connection to land, skies and waterways. Thank you for the opportunity to address the committee today. Western Sydney International Airport made a submission to this inquiry that reflects the need for efficient and well-connected ground transport that will ensure communities are able to maximise their access to the socio-economic benefits, most particularly the jobs that WSI will create in Western Sydney. Western Sydney International Airport will open with capacity for 10 million annual passengers a year, about the size of Adelaide Airport today. We've already signed a domestic deal with the Qantas Group, which will base up to 15 aircraft at WSI from the early phase of operation. This will see around 25,000 flights a year, connecting 4 million passengers a year from Western Sydney to Australian capital cities and leisure destinations. WSI has been designed for growth in stages over decades to eventually become Sydney's primary gateway. In the 2060s, WSI is planned to accommodate 82 million annual passengers per year, which is around the size of London Heathrow or Dubai Airport today. Ensuring that Western Sydney, and in fact all of Sydney, has fast and convenient access to WSI through well-planned, customer-centric ground transport is essential to maximising the economic benefits of the airport to Western Sydney and beyond. Tourism, employment outcomes, supply chain resilience all depend on ground connectivity. In the context of a greenfield airport, and despite its strong growth potential, we will open relatively small compared to the large established airports like Kingsford Smith. Our ground transport proposition is off to a strong start. We're opening with a dedicated, high-quality motorway connection, upgraded arterial roads and a metro rail line. However, we need to plan for and fund the growth that that network. We need to fund the growth in that network now so that the inevitable growth of the airport over the next 40 years is met by a public transport system that will provide great connectivity for local passengers and visiting tourists. And of course, for the tens of thousands of people from Western Sydney and beyond who will enjoy high quality employment both at the airport and in the developing area around it. High quality public transport planned and funded in line with demand will also support stronger sustainability outcomes. Western Sydney International Airport is on track to open for international and domestic passenger and air cargo services on time in 2026. Our submission calls for planning and funding for growth in the Sydney Metro Western Sydney Airport rail line, further development of the rail network around WSI, including widening of Elizabeth Drive and the development of an Eastern Ring Road, optimisation of journey times for the WSI bus network. This will be particularly important before the airport's metro rail line develops to connect to more centres across Western Sydney and Sydney more broadly, a modification to the Blue Mountains line train timetable to include St Mary's in the stopping pattern, to optimise connectivity and journey times to the Sydney CBD for passengers transferring from the first stage of the WSI Metro. Thank you, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Hickey, and thank you for your detailed submission. I'll just kick off with just a question around the... when is the Sydney, the Metro, the airport Metro, due to be completed again? When's that expected to link up?
In line, it is due to complete in line with the opening of the airport at the end of 2026.
So at the end of 2026, and that goes to St Mary's?
Yes, and Bradfield and St Mary's stopping at the airport.
Yeah. Is there anything that Western Sydney Airport has, any agreements that Western Sydney Airport has entered into that will restrict some? For example, Sydney Airport has the contracts that restrict some services in terms of public transport and buses. It makes it very expensive for people. There's the airport access fee. Is there, at both domestic and international terminals, is there anything similar that Western Sydney Airport has entered into?
We haven't entered into any commercial contracts in relation to that at this point in time. We're not looking to, that obviously any agreements in that line will be commercial in confidence as they develop. But we are looking to, and we call upon the government to look at cost-effective ways of getting to and from the airport.
So you can't say at this point that Western Sydney Airport won't enter into any agreement that would prohibit the provision of future public transport services to Western Sydney?
I can't say that we will or we won't, but we're not looking at that at this point in time.
So with because your submission does talk about arterial roads, you do talk about the expansion of the Sydney Metro to Leppington and Glenfield. Have you seen any, or have you been in discussions with the government that has indicated that they will look at that in terms of the Sydney Western Airport line? We've had a lot of witnesses talk about the need for it to go beyond St Mary's, but particularly south. Is there any discussions with Transport for New South Wales about the potential for that?
So my message is that this wouldn't be a surprise to Transport nor to the government in terms of the requirement. Our submission, as it's put here, we have discussed this with New South Wales Transport. We don't have any commitments one way or the other on anything, but there is funding for a business case looking at expansion of the metro line.
The funding for the business case, is it you that the Western Sydney Airport, do you coordinate that business case, or is that a Transport for New South Wales project?
Transport for New South Wales project. Okay,
so there's funding for a business case to look at what else they could do in terms of future stops. Is that correct, with the Sydney West?
That is correct.
With the Metro.
Specifically, my understanding is that the business case is for to look at the case around extending the Metro to Glenfield via Leppington and then south to Campbelltown.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, particularly pertinent considering we are in Campbelltown today. Have you done modelling around, when you're talking 2030, 2040, what proportion of trips will be taken to Western Sydney Airport via particular transport modes? Do you have, for example, goals for a certain percentage of those trips to be by public transport compared to car?
So we have looked at different modelling in those areas internally, just to understand what that would look like from our perspective. It obviously depends on what that network unfolds and what it is over those decades ahead. But we've done that in line with the growth from the air transport connectivity that we will have at Western Sydney Airport. But that's more for our internal looking at what we believe will eventuate. In total, or what we would like to eventuate, so that we can say what are our priorities and engage in forums such as this one. What we believe is that the number of people coming via public transport will be in line with other airports around the world, which is usually, depending on where that transit connects to, but somewhere between 20 to 50% of passengers will come via a well-connected metro.
Okay, so with the metro, just going back to that, in terms of financially, in terms of the Western Sydney Airport, being what you get financially from a public transport project, do you benefit, is there a way that you will benefit financially from that metro station? And I'll put it this way, that if you have lots of car parks, for example, and we look at Sydney Airport again in terms of how it operates, makes a hell of a lot of money from the car parking that's there, incentivises people to drive and park, as well as catching Ubers and taxis, really limits those bus services. There's not a direct rapid bus to the airport from the city, and that is deliberate in terms of contracts. So how are you making money, firstly, from any public transport options? How is the Western Sydney Airport making any money from public transport?
I don't believe we are making money from people coming on public transport to the airport at this point in time, as I talked about. We're still a few years off opening, but we don't make money through that. But what we do make money from is people coming to the airport and through the airport. We have a retail proposition. We obviously make money because airlines come and go. They take slots at the airport. And so having an attractive, well-connected airport actually is how we make money.
But also from car parking?
Yes, we will make some money from car parking, and that is envisaged that there will be a charge for parking. Again, we haven't determined what that charge will be, but the provision of parking will be available, and that will be one of the revenue streams that we have.
And so just to rule out, I mean, it would be good to rule out today if we can, but the metro, the stop, Western Sydney Airport metro stop, passengers will not expect to be slugged with any fee to get off at that station.
We are not having those conversations, but I'm not going to rule it out at this point in time.
Chair, if I may as well, I think one of the benefits of developing a greenfield airport is the opportunity to sort of look at these things a little bit differently than legacy airports that have an established reliance on different sort of revenue streams. So one of the most important things for Western Sydney Airport is sustainability, and the reason it's very important for us is not only because the community expects it, because it is really the number one priority of the aviation industry at the moment. So there is a benefit to the airport commercially in having a great public transport connection because it increases our sustainability performance, and I think it's fair to say airlines are very interested in our sustainability performance when they're talking to us about the airport.
Thank you. I just want to see if there's other... we'll go to Miss Natalie Ward.
Thank you. Sorry, can you hear me? Can you hear me there?
Yeah.
Oh, there we are. Good morning. Thank you so much for coming along today and for all your work on the exciting new airport.
Thank you.
Lots of talk, and now it's happening, and that's very good. So thank you. A couple of things from your submission, and thank you for taking the time to prepare it. My colleague might have some questions as well, but just in terms of, can I just start high level? There's a number of options, obviously, for transport: metro, cars, buses, rail, and you've talked about connectivity principles, which is very helpful. knowing that you're not Transport for New South Wales, but that you do have a pretty high stake in the success of transport options, and knowing that in the perfect world we would have all of those and they'd be brand new and they'd be operational by 2026. Given that's not the real world, how would you prioritise? Can you talk to the committee about what you think might be realistically in terms of prioritisation where you'd like to see, and then I'll get into some specifics of those, but what you think really could be the priority wish list for realistically and practically getting transport options, and knowing that there will be choice among people using the airport and the entities, the commercial entities that are partnering with you as well.
Thank you very much. And I actually think where we're starting is way ahead of other airports in Australia. So we're actually in a reasonable position in our starting blocks. So if you look at the M12, the realignment and expansion of the Northern Road, these are very significant investments in our road infrastructure that will actually connect people seamlessly from a road perspective to the airport. So the M12, which connects to the M7 and the Northern Road, but comes basically straight into our car parks. As we all know, the M7, which connects the M4 and the M5, means that that's really great corridors for us from a motorway perspective. We also have a metro, which I don't believe any other airport in Australia has ever started with a metro or rail connection. And so starting in that position and taking our passengers and bringing them to and from St Mary's is a great start. It's a really good proposition to start with. And then I'll come back and talk about priorities, but it's worthwhile thinking about where we are. And then we will have a bus network as well. So at least to Penrith, Liverpool and Campbelltown, there will be rapid buses. So when I look at what are our priorities, we actually say, let's start with what we think can be done quite quickly. And so the retiming of the Blue Mountains train so that it stops at St Mary's, so that passengers can get to and from the CBD and Parramatta as quickly as possible would be a very good thing to do, and we think that that's completely achievable. We think that looking at the buses, that are looking at the routes the buses take to ensure that they are actually as rapid as they can be, because really they're competing against people driving their own vehicles. So we think that that's a really good idea and worth investing the time and effort into ensuring they're rapid. So I think that those two things are achievable and should be prioritised right at the top of the list because they can be done. I think that an expanded bus network before we get to metro expansions, so that we're ensuring, for example, Blacktown and other centres can be connected, is also something that's well worthwhile once we get the first set of bus network up and running. And then I think we've got to think about connecting ultimately Western Sydney via a metro. That's really where we're heading as a city. And so understanding those expansions of the line that we've got today and where they can go to and what other priorities. Now we've got three priorities. So that is, the first one is connecting via Leppington to Glenfield. That would connect the two airports and allow people to travel via one connection into the CBD. Also connects the Cumberland line up to Liverpool and does connect via a connection here to Campbelltown. So when you're at Glenfield. So that's actually, I think, a really important one for us to look at. Bringing the line down to Macarthur. So this area is going to be one of the highest growth corridors in terms of residential growth over the next decade. And we want to connect people from here to the great jobs and opportunities that will exist, not just at the airport, but at all the businesses that are around the airport. We've got a 200-hectare business park at the airport as well.
The whole Bradfield.
And Bradfield is just next door, and the metro goes through Bradfield. So we think making sure that that people get access to those opportunities should be being planned right now. And it should be being done in growth corridors and where people live. And then, of course, we've got the metro line that finishes at Tullawong up there at Schofield. And when you look at Blacktown, all of the growth in Blacktown happened in what used to be Market Gardens and is now, Schofield, Tullawong, that's where the people are, and I think we need to connect them to those opportunities. So they're connected going back around through Macquarie, etc., but they need to be connected to where the new jobs are going to be. Yep. Those great jobs that are close and quite close to them. And so connecting, there are the three connections that I'd like to see the metro, and I'd like to see them all as quickly as possible.
And then I think to build on that as well, that's the short to medium term wish list, and then in the medium to long term, as Western Sydney International Airport grows to become Sydney's primary airport, then the extension of the Metro West from Parramatta and Westmead to Western Sydney Airport will become more important, and so that should definitely be looked at in a longer time window.
Yeah, sure. And in your hands, Chair, but just quickly, you can take it on notice or come back if you need to. And I probably should know this, but what's the breakup of users, if you like, of the airport in terms of freight, passengers and other commercial users? Can you give us an idea? Is it a third, or is it the focus on, or that will depend?
It does depend on ultimately where we go with commercial operations. Yeah. So we'll likely start with a larger number of domestic flights. Yeah. We'll have freight. So freight... The
reason I asked, just to give in fairness and context, is if it's a freight emphasis and you're finding there's a large emphasis, you're obviously going to need those road ways to bring in the freight, unless the other...
And there will be a strong freight presence at the beginning, but that's not to diminish at all that this will be a passenger airport. Yep. So that we will be growing the international network. And when you think about what the international network will look like at Western Sydney International, it's clearly going to have a very strong Asia-Pacific network. And the reason is you look at the population here in Western Sydney, 170 different ancestries. In global terms, 26% of international aviation is driven by visiting family and relatives. Yeah. But in Western Sydney, that will be higher, right? And so, we will have strong connectivity to in a broad sense across Asia, but clearly India, China, Vietnam, those are critical countries.
Thank you.
Okay, go to, I should have said at the start, we do have two members online, and my apologies for not saying this. So we've Ms Sarah Kane and Mr Bob Namber from the government online. So Mr Namber, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr Higgins and McKelp, for your attendance this morning. I'm just interested in your submission and its observations regarding the sound surrounding Metropolis and the airports on Airport Business Park. You make the observation that non-aeronautical development surrounding airports is always a key determinant of the viability and the value of public transport services being built. But it seems to me it's a bit of a stalemate going on at the moment where there is a lag in development because of a lack of clarity around the construction of future roads and public transport connections. So there's a sort of chicken or the egg scenario here. Is that your view as well?
So I think that the Western Sydney Airport, when we look at air traffic capacity in Sydney, we really need to expand our air traffic capacity at this point in time. We won't get that through any further development at Sydney Airport, and that is essential on a global basis to have that air connectivity to drive economic outcomes for Sydney and New South Wales and beyond. Now, Western Sydney Airport will continue to grow. What that provides us is with a fantastic opportunity to develop industries and to develop new jobs in and around that airport as a result of that connectivity, as a result of that airport growth. And so really what we need to do is to take advantage of that. And I welcome the master plan that was recently released by the Aerotropolis. What I'm saying there is I very much support the idea of developing new industry, new skills, new development around the airport, whether that be in our business park, whether that be at Bradfield, but in and around that. And that will include obviously some housing, but it's essential that we also look to develop new industry. We have an advanced manufacturing research facility that's being developed. That's going to bring new types of manufacturing jobs, high-tech skills, AI, robotics, cyber security, all of those types of jobs are going to come. And actually, one of the things that creates diversity in a workplace or inclusivity in a workplace is the access to great jobs close to where I live. To give you an example, we put out, we had 4 traineeships that we recently put out into the marketplace. We had 400 applicants. Now, 400 applicants, when we actually say, we're quite, there's plenty of jobs about, but we got 400 applicants because people are looking for great jobs with great organisations. And we've got a real opportunity in and around this airport to develop those jobs, those new jobs that are great jobs that are for the next 100 years, not for the past 100 years, in and around this airport. And I very much support that.
And if I can add to that as well, the development of Bradfield and the Aerotropolis is not the only non-aeronautical employment activity in the region. The airport itself has a 191 hectare business park that, like the airport, will be developed in stages and over decades. And that will be a significant employer. 191 hectares is comparable to the size of the Parramatta CBD. And we are already in planning for, in advanced planning for the first stage of our business park, which is an area, stage 1 is around 30 hectares near the 20 hectares near the Western Sydney airport metro stop, and there is a very high level of activity. So we anticipate that our own business park will be a very, very successful non-aeronautical commercial development that will house a lot of employment and will be a source of demand for public transport as well.
So if I can, this may be a bit of a long-winded way of answering the question really, but is it a chicken and egg? You need to get the planning, you need to have the vision, and then you need to execute against that. And that includes transport, it includes utility corridors, it includes just getting the sewerage to Western Sydney is often one of those issues that we've got. And we need to connect the west to the west and the west to the rest. That's, we actually need that in Sydney in order to make sure that we deliver the promise to Western Sydney, which is that we will create great industry and you will have access to jobs close to your home.
Has the airport provided advice previously, I suppose, to the Western Parkland City Authority around the planning of the airport and the Bradfield precincts? Have you given advice around the roads and public transport connections that were needed to really escalate and drive that development? I suppose the concern I've got is there's just been a bit of commentary about the, I suppose, the lack of pace in that precinct's development. So have you previously given advice to the Parkland City Authority around all of this?
Yes, we've definitely spoken to the Parkland Authority, and as I say, we very much welcome the master plan, and we encourage Parkland Authority to keep going and actually focus on delivering all of those things in the planning. We've certainly given our views of the opportunities that are presented and the priorities that we've mentioned here today.
One more question
Sure.
from me, Chair, if that's okay.
Sure.
You note in your submission that public transport options need to be attractively priced with a mix of lower cost and more premium services to marry up with the economic demographic of Western Sydney. I I note that the chair has previously asked about parking at WS side. Given Western Sydney is still heavily dependent on vehicle use, that is still going to be a dominant form of transport to and from the airport, particularly at the genesis of the airport. Will the airport be considering that point that you have raised in your submission with respect to public transport in the context of the provisioning of parking? Because it's a justified criticism of Sydney Airport, but I'm just wondering if that's part of your thinking.
So we haven't announced any of the parking prices, which you wouldn't expect us to do this far out. We will announce those parking prices. They will be competitive. We will have different levels of parking. So we'll have some premium parking that's very close in. We'll also have drop-off zones, etc., and waiting areas. There'll be the provision for car hire, which is going to be significant as well there. And then there'll be other car parks which are further away, which you can then connect to the airport. That will be our lower cost. So there's multiple car parks throughout the precinct. Remember, it's a very big precinct. It's 1,780 hectares, about twice the size of Sydney Airport. But we do have 2 metro stops, and we can use those metros to connect people as well. And we'll have buses that will connect people if they're made a economic decision sometimes, or depending on their time away. There'll be a whole lot of new options that will come to people through parking in and around the airport. There'll be the ability for charging capability, etc. So we're looking at a car park that is ready for the next decade as well, and that includes a lot of different components as you think about it. But in terms of just pricing, there'll be a range of pricing, but it will be competitive, understanding that people will, a number of people will choose to drive.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Mr. De Adam has a couple of questions.
I just wanted to ask you, in terms of your transport priorities, I note that you've got a proposal around a metro connection between Parramatta and the airport. And I wanted to ask you about what discussions you had with the previous government about metro connections between Bankstown and the airport, because there was some speculation that the Southwest Metro conversion of the Bankstown line was premised on an extension at some stage in the future going to the new airport. Can you perhaps elaborate on what kind of discussions you had with the previous government, why that proposal doesn't appear at all on your priorities?
Could you talk about Bankstown?
Yeah, absolutely. So we've had good engagement with all levels of government and previous governments, current governments. I think what it comes down to is that we have to, as an airport, look at the region, take a priority perspective, and I suppose that the more that we list in our priorities, the less effective that advocacy is likely to be. So at the end of the day, I think the right option is to talk about our 3 immediate priorities and our longer term priority with the Parramatta connection, understanding that the funding is not unlimited, and at the end of the day, you're not going to be able to have 7 or 8 metro extensions in the next 40 years. So we have picked the 3 that we think provides the best balance and broadest access.
So was there no discussions with the previous government about an extension between Bankstown to the airport?
I don't know across the entire airport, but I can say I did not discuss it with the previous government.
It was never raised?
Not by me, nor by not in a meeting that I was in.
Okay, another question by Ms. Ward.
Yeah, thank you. Just a quick one on the, just in terms of Metro, following on from that. You mentioned, helpfully, Mr. McKillop, a business case. And understanding you're not from Transport New South Wales, you're not purporting to be, but I'm just interested in that because obviously talking about priorities and getting things moving, that's a good thing to hear, particularly if funding has been allocated. Is that in relation to a strategic business case on a specific line or a final business case? Can you help us with further information? Because that might help us to understand the prioritisation
So look, I don't have enough detail and understanding of the distinctions between the two types of business case. I think what we understand is that there's been joint funding from both the federal and New South Wales governments into the business case that's been conducted by Transport for New South Wales. We've got a good level of engagement, and we provide information to Transport for New South Wales, which I'm sure they're feeding into those business cases. But the detail around the nature of the business case, I probably aren't. We're not in a position to speak
It's not
to.
a trick question in any way.
Yeah.
That's a good thing if there are business cases being done to get that moving. And just in relation to the, just going back to your submission in relation to commercial partnerships, I've flagged that we might come back to that. And without wishing to ask you to disclose any commercial conversations, that's a good thing. But can you give us an understanding of those commercial relationships, how that might assist with all of the infrastructure, transport, not only other airlines that you said you're in discussions with, but how that might play into the wider development of the site and of future commercial prospects for the site?
It's a pretty big development, so let me try and cut it into different territories, if you like. So the first one is in terms of passenger aircraft. So the first thing you've got to do is set up your domestic network, and I talked about the Qantas group, which is in the early years to get to 15 aircraft. Now, what that does is it also enables then a retail group to come into the airport, and so that's another commercial proposition in terms of retail, and then retail and advertising could be for local, etc. And then we'll have food and beverage. So that's a lot of different commercial discussions that are going on. You then also have a catering business, which is to put that into the passenger aircraft and potentially for the terminal, and you then have a freight business. Air freight is a growing portion of the freight package, if you like, so 99% usually comes through seaports, but in the modern world that's changing a lot for resilience. And we found through COVID there were a whole lot of issues that were created very, very suddenly. For example, in the Middle East, they realised that if they didn't get their air freight working again, that they were going to have a real food problem. And so we found that around the world. So
it also provides another option if there are, say, industrial disputes at ports or other hold-ups, and you've got another option there.
Supply chain issues, etc. And we're finding so what comes in freight is the high value, but that you want to have good, solid, resilient freight supply chain networks, air freight. So we're developing as well the commercial arrangements that will get that up and running and that in play. And then we've got the business park, and that will be actually just commercial development outside of aviation, but often people who want to be close. As I say, there's economic benefits of being close to and around an airport. And finally, there's then those logistics centres that are outside of the airport. So if you go to Kemps Creek, for example, Amazon, their largest sortation centre in Southeast Asia is in Kemps Creek, which is, and they have capacity to continue to grow. So from the top floor of the Amazon facility, which I have been to, you look down on the runway, that's how close it is. And they say, giddy up. They say, keep going, we really want you to get done.
You got to exactly where I was hoping you might get to, of your own volition, and I wonder if there's any commercial opportunities to discuss input, because I know some private entities are very keen to assist with building roads or assisting with infrastructure or transport options for that very reason, to assist in those commercial entities, and there's nothing wrong with that if people want to assist and put that in. I wonder if, and you're happy to take it on notice, if it assists, but have you had any of those commercial discussions, or did you anticipate doing so with some of those entities like Amazon and others that may be interested in those commercial opportunities to assist with infrastructure?
That's not really our role outside of the airport. So, and we would talk to those whose it was, such as Transport for New South Wales, about what they might do about that, or planning if opportunities came up. However, again, in road development, we look to the long term, not to the immediate short term, because we don't think that churning money we think that there could be wasted money if you're putting it into short term development. So you need to look to what are the long term requirements and if there's an ability to get private investment into long-term requirements, such as the M9, the Eastern Ring Road, any of those road developments, then that's a good thing.
It could be into short-term buses, though, short transit buses.
And there may be
something like that.
entrepreneurs in Western Sydney that would also look to develop bus networks.
Good to know. Thank you.
Any other questions?
If I could,
Ms.
sorry,
Merton?
just one final
almost
question.
done. Yep.
Just in terms of infrastructure and, the importance of, having this airport accessible, I just wondering, I just picked up that the M7, M12 link that was sort of on the books that was going really well has sort of hit the headlines as being axed by the federal government. I'm just wondering where we might sit now just in terms of the airport, given some of these decisions.
So in terms of, we know that the M7, M12 connection will be made. The funding arrangements are not for us.
Yeah.
And so what's been raised is around funding, and that is not for Western Sydney Airport. What we're interested in is that they do exist and they are connected.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, wonderful, thank you. That's the end of our session with you this morning, so thanks so much for appearing. The committee will now break for 15 minutes and we'll be back at 11 a.m. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, welcome back and welcome to our next witness, Ms. Curry. We'll start by getting you sworn in. If you could please state your name and position, title, and then either an oath or an affirmation for the record, please.
Certainly. My name is Barbara Curry. I'm a former Deputy Mayor of the former Canterbury Council. I'm also a practising lawyer. I'm a current councillor at Canterbury Bankstown Council as an independent, elected in December 2021.
Thank
And
you.
I'd like to
now,
take a sworn oath.
okay, please go ahead.
I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. Now, Ms. Curry, would you care to make an opening statement?
Yes, certainly. My comments will revolve around a cover letter sent to the committee, to the chairperson, dated 17th of September 2023. It attached cover letter parts 1 and parts 2. If I may make some comments from that cover letter as part of my opening address. First of all, before I make those comments, I'd like to thank the chairperson and committee members for allowing me to give evidence this morning on this particular issue. I'd like to make some quick comments about the reason why I'm here, and that is as a result of there was a upper house inquiry that was commenced in August 2020 with some very extensive terms of reference in relation to the South West Metro. And we thought that that would be the end of the matter because those terms of reference and then the resulting report were very, very clear and very powerful to the Parliament. Much to my disappointment and horror was the announcement that the conversion would take place last year in an announcement, despite some very, very extensive work done by Portfolio Number 6, Committee Number 6, and I appeared as a witness, as did a lot of people back in 2019, 2020. And those recommendations were very clear. The one recommendation which was absolutely critical to my community was that the Metro would terminate at Sydenham and it would not proceed to Bankstown for very, very valid reasons. In relation to the South West Metro conversion, I've had some very, very serious concerns in relation to the safety aspect of the Metro and derailment issues and non-participation of community groups. The safety issue of running a driverless Metro from Marrickville to Belmore alongside a heavy goods railway track carrying containers originating from Port Botany has not been addressed since this issue of the conversion of the T3 line to Metro was first advanced in October 2015 on the front page of the Sydney Morning Herald. I understand that the Metro Southwest Review members, under the review of Mr. Mike Murdoch, were advised of the danger aspect of this post the finalisation of the interim report, which was dated 23rd of June 2023. The containers at times open and they have struck present heavy rail commuter trains between Marrickville and Belmore. However, this danger has been averted due to the fact that the train was being driven by a human being and the mishap was avoided. I have yet to see a full safety audit review done of running the first driverless Metro alongside a heavy goods rail line, because this will be the first in the world, prior to any contracts to be signed to deliver the conversion of the line. We have fears of derailment and loss of life and serious injury to the commuters of the South West Metro. It's a very live issue and no information to date has been provided in relation to this aspect by Transport for New South Wales or Metro itself. I'm concerned that no community groups were invited to submit material to the independent review of the South West Metro, and I understand with alarm that developer property groups posing as community advocacy groups addressed the reviewers last year, and no information exists as to exactly what input they had in the interim recommendations, particularly the property rezoning recommendations, which I might add, Madam Chairperson, was not part of the terms of reference for this particular review. I am particularly concerned given the fact that several of these groups appear to act for persons and or corporations who have been land banking in the corridor or have associated third-party financial interests in the corridor undisclosed. And several high-profile members of these groups are registered lobbyists at the state level. Furthermore, I'd like to bring to the attention of the committee that the conversion of the T3 line to Metro is simply to densify the corridor, as improved signalling can increase the frequency of trains to every 3 minutes, as has been the case now at Chatswood Station for the commuters travelling from the North West Metro and interchanging to heavy rail. That heavy rail line now is operating at every 3 minutes. It is possible to do it with improved signalling rather than convert us to Metro. In addition to this, the former Premier Gladys Berejiklian, in her capacity as Transport Minister, endorsing Sydney's rail future, dated June 2012, states on page 9 that the Western and the North Shore lines are the key bottlenecks of the network, as these lines have the highest levels of interchange and station congestion in the CBD. T3 was never mentioned as causing a bottleneck around the City Circle link. That particular point has been repeated ad nauseum as the reason why we should be taken out of a City Circle link. Well, that was the evidence back in 2012 by the former Premier. She was the Minister for Transport, and that was clear evidence that we never caused the bottleneck in the City Circle link. I've been in my political career for the last 30 years. I'm a lifelong resident of that area, a lifelong user of the T3 line for in excess of 30 years, both as a worker and as a student. The fact, this business about the T3 line causing a bottleneck, and I represented council between 1991 and 1999. It was never an issue. It has come up as an issue. It's a Furby designed to densify the corridor. Furthermore, there was a paper produced by Patrick Fensham, who's a principal of SGS Economics, back in 2017, and his comments now are very, very relevant to what's happening with the housing policy in this city. He questions the whole-scale development in the corridor and its implications. If I may reference his particular point, Madam Chair, in relation to the Sydenham to Bankstown corridor, the significant shift in the settlement geography of our cities at the scale proposed is without precedent, certainly in Australia and probably anywhere in cities in the contemporary post-industrial era. It could be argued that this is occurring without much forethought as to what it means for equity, productivity, livability and sustainability outcomes. The concerns of incumbent communities where this sort of infill development is occurring are sometimes dismissed as NIMBYism. Petty complaints about the impacts of modest redevelopment are often motivated by narrow self-interest. However, for some suburbs, the renewal proposals represent a wholesale reworking at much higher densities with hundreds of new dwellings per year. In these cases, the concerns of communities about what the redevelopment means, how the traffic and transport network will cope, how street-level amenity will be affected, whether there will be sufficient open space and whether schools and other social infrastructure provisions will be sufficient are entirely reasonable. Fensham goes on to say, large increases in population should not be proposed without integrated infrastructure planning and provision and enhancements to general neighbourhood amenity. Otherwise, it is likely that the average quality of life for residents in a redeveloped precinct will decline over time. That is my very point. The local members of Parliament did some very, very supportive submissions to the committee back in 2019, and it was mentioned that the residents' lives will, the standard of living will diminish as a result of this conversion and the densification of the corridor. Madam Chair, the conversion of the T3 line to Metro has never been about improving public transport for the citizens of Western and South-Western Sydney. There are no buses or bus drivers to move 100,000 commuters from the T3 line in peak hour. That's 100,000 tap on and tap off every day, not 60,000 as Transport for New South Wales are leading everybody to believe. The document I've documented this, the 100,000 from their own paperwork back in 2019. I don't know how we've managed to be reduced by 40,000. The shutdown of the Chatswood to Epping line required 100 buses to move 10,000 commuters. We have 10 times the number of commuters. We will need at least 1,000 buses and 1,000 drivers based on the Chatswood experience. The end goal has always been to provide dwelling targets for Sydney's expanding population. The ultimate irony is that the current infill project, unprecedented in the history of this country, or in fact in any other post-war Western nation, will mean the complete wipeout of migrant areas and communities that have settled in the west and southwest of Sydney from the early 1900s. Thousands and thousands of homes and 5 to 6 suburbs will be completely upzoned and demolished to the ground to make way for the concrete canyons, 400 and 800 metres for the metro stations. It will be the Canterbury Road fiasco on steroids in the back streets to the north of Canterbury Road that will bear the brunt of the infill onslaught. It will be the wipeout of heritage conservation areas unrecognised by previous and current councils representing the suburbs in the corridor. It is the Labor Party heartland that will be crushed and abandoned for the concrete high-rise canyons and the metro. It'll be a repeat of the history of what the developers tried to do in King's Cross and Potts Point in the 1970s, and the very brave Juanita Nielsen, but on a much larger scale, totally unprecedented in any other part of the Western world. The residents and the commuters of my area need a desperate circuit breaker in this mess. They need nothing less. Thank you, Madam Chair. That was my opening statement from my cover
Thank
letter to
you
committee
very
members.
much, Ms. Curry. Can I just delving into your opening statement and some of the comments made. When you said you had looked through the paperwork documenting that there would be 100,000 people
Yes.
needing the buses,
Yes.
when
Tap on
when
and
the
tap off,
train-
not 100,000 persons per se. 100,000 tap on and tap off.
Where does,
it's a
you
document.
said the documents, if you could just explain what that is, where the data is from, when you say the documents that do show that
Yeah.
they've been underestimating the extent of...
Yep.
Yep.
The documents are in my previous folders submitted to the committee back in 2019. There were 2 folders submitted. It's an attachment. If you could kindly give me one moment, I'll find that attachment for
Because
you.
you could potentially give it on notice, but I'm particularly interested in, firstly, this committee won't look at the documents submitted to another committee,
Yes.
unless directed to, unless you submit them to this yourself. But secondly, it's just a question about where you got the data to show that it's 100,000, because yes, it is interesting. That's the 60,000 figure is what has been in the media in the last couple of weeks.
Yes, we don't know where that's come from.
So where did you get, do you know, can you just direct the committee, like where you get those stats
I won't be a
from?
moment, Madam Chair.
But that's okay if you
I
can
do
put it on
apologise.
notice. Unless you don't know straight away, you can, we can ask you to submit that on
May I
notice.
take that on notice and I'll come back to it. It is actually provided in previous evidence.
You can do it after.
That's fine.
Thank
That's
you so
fine.
much, Madam Chair.
And
It is a very important point because we have had briefings with Metro and State Rail, and they are talking about 60,000. I didn't take the point up with them at the time, but I do need to go on record because I have given previous evidence in relation to 100,000 tap on and tap off during peak hour every day along that line. There is a document that has been provided by these people.
Okay.
So
these people, sorry, just to be clear, document provided, who are these people?
I think it was Metro or State Rail.
Okay.
And they gave a breakdown for every railway station, how many tap on and tap off. They are really quite extraordinary numbers. And the fact that the bus union has, there is a task force at the moment, and the task force has been advised that there are not enough buses to move these people. And furthermore, there has been no analysis as to how the buses are going to move through these very, very congested areas. We're talking about students that are going to be doing their HSC. We're talking about workers that are already under enormous pressure because of the cost of living. They may lose their jobs if they don't arrive on time. The majority of the people that are using this T3 service every day are workers into the city and students. Now, if you cut off the lifeline to these people, you are going to cause economic and traffic havoc, not just for my area. We're not living with a fence around it. It is for the rest of Sydney. It is for the rest of the train lines that surround us. And that has not been taken into account. It's as if, you know, these commuters are one of the busiest rail lines in this state. And Madam Chair, may I say that we are amongst the highest users of public transport in this city. In my area, that Canterbury Bankstown socio-economic mix, we use public transport and we love it. It is a great line, and for the, I cannot believe that this is still proceeding. I want to go on record today to make my views clear to the committee because of the safety aspect and the economic and social hardship that this is going to cause. The social, a lot of the residents are unaware that it'll shut down for 12 months or more. There's been no discussion with the local schools. We have at least 4 or 5 schools along the railway line. There's been no discussion with them. There's been no traffic analysis presented to the council as to how these buses are going to move in our streets. It is incredible.
Thank you. Yes, and you are making your views very well heard in this inquiry today, so rest assured of that. You note in your submissions that you had concerns, I think, about the way in which the Transport for New South Wales review, the review into of Sydney West Metro and Western Metro.
It was
Could
into
you explain that,
Sydney Metro
what your
and
concerns
South West
are?
Metro.
That's right, yes. What your concerns are about that commission review.
My biggest concern was when Mr Murdoch was appointed, I have had a look at his terms of reference. There was nothing in there regarding planning. And we were not notified publicly that we could appear before him or make some submissions. We had no idea. And then when the report was, there was an interim report prepared, and then we saw all these recommendations in relation to planning in the corridor, and I was quite horrified. And then one of the groups that did appear before him, and I actually have a paper trail of emails to Mr Murdoch. I'm happy to make those emails available to the committee members. I had grave concerns in relation to the way Mr Murdoch was appointed, the terms of reference that were attached to his review, the non-transparent way in which the various members were allowed to address him. And it was only when I queried him in various emails as to who appeared before him that was forthcoming, that information was forthcoming. It wasn't even produced in his report who actually appeared before him. One interesting group that did appear before him was the Western Sydney Leadership Dialogue. Now, he happens to be a patron of that dialogue, and I would have thought that that would have been a huge conflict for him, undisclosed to the committee and to the government. And then Western Sydney Leadership Dialogue proceeded to issue a press release after his recommendations were made public. I have grave concerns about that. And as far as I'm concerned, that review has been completely tainted. I feel that the government should go back to the drawing board if they want to conduct a review in a completely transparent and open fashion and seek comments from community groups, community members that have an interest in this issue. That's the way that they should be proceeding, and not in the way Mr Murdoch, with all due respect, conducted his review virtually behind closed doors, and certain groups. It's astonishing that these groups were able to appear before him, and he delved into planning issues. This is in relation to the South West Metro, not the redevelopment of the corridor. It was outside the scope of Transport for New South Wales to look into. It is not part of their brief.
Thank you. We'll go to other questions now, questions from other members. Ms Natalie Ward.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for appearing today and for your submission and your continued work. Nice to see you today. I just want to turn to one of the concerns you've raised in relation to the. I understand that it seems that you've not been consulted with.
No.
In terms of has the council been asked to provide briefings, or you as a councillor?
I'm unsure of the council's position, whether they were or were not invited to make submissions to Mr. Murdoch.
Okay, you weren't invited to, or?
No, absolutely not. We knew nothing about it. We knew nothing about we knew that there was a review. We did not see anything published in relation to the review, and I was quite horrified to read the terms of reference.
And just in terms of you mentioned school groups. So are you? Your understanding is that the schools or sort of other entities weren't invited, or
in relation to the shutdown, or relation to Mr. Murdoch's review?
Well, both. Yeah,
both
are going to affect them. Yeah,
both.
Can you just expand on the concern around the buses and what input you've had into that? What consultation there's been on the planning, or consultation around, or communication around?
Well, we've had one briefing session, and that's confidential. I'm unable to discuss that. And they're coming back to see council, I think, next month to talk to us more about that. But there is an admission, I think, even publicly, that there are not enough buses and not enough drivers to do this.
Yeah.
This will dislocate not just my area, this will dislocate Sydney. It'll cause economic hardship that we will, on such a scale, it's unprecedented. It's one of the busiest lines in Sydney. And you're hearing in the media when certain lines shut down, the mayhem that it creates. Imagine this line shutting down for 12 months, not just a couple of days or a couple of weeks or a couple of months, 12 months, and it's not guaranteed it'll be 12 months. This is the lifeline for my area. We are already suffering from COVID. We're suffering from the cost of living, high mortgage stress, and these people need to get to their jobs on time.
Yeah.
And that's just not going to happen.
The shutdown is 5 months away.
No, it's 12 months.
The commencement will be in 5 months. What planning, or at what time is your expectation that there would be?
We have no information.
I mean, the Chatswood line, that it was sort of 12 months out.
Yes.
It took over 12 months for that consultation and planning to happen. Given it's 5 or so months away, when do you think the deadline would be for consulting, and what opportunities have you got to have that input, or the council, or?
Well, seeing that we're 10 times the number of the Chatswood shutdown, I would have thought all this would have been put into place before, and any announcement to shut it down. If it's to shut down between July and October, which is what the Minister has said, we're already February. We have no information. And in my view as a lawyer, I feel that this is going to go down the road of the light rail fiasco, where it ended up in the Supreme Court. We have a lot of businesses along that railway line that depend on the railway line for their livelihood. There was a small businessman's package that was referred to in the EIS. That seems to have been forgotten now. We're talking about an area that is already behind the 8 ball economically and socially. And to shut it down in this fashion, it's a line that's been there for over 100 years. It's serviced our area. We did not want this. I want to make this very, very clear. We did not want this conversion.
Can I jump in, Ms. Curry? We've only got another 5 minutes. I've got a question, that you were talking about the confidential briefing. Fair enough, you don't need to go into that further. That I understand is the confidential briefing for council by Transport for New South Wales. So that's confidential. What community briefings or public briefings has Transport for New South Wales undertaken with the community?
Nothing that I'm aware of.
So as a councillor, you've had a confidential briefing that you can't refer to or speak to in this inquiry, which is about Western Sydney Transport.
Nothing.
And you don't know of anything.
Madam Chair, nothing has happened with the community. I can sit here and say this to you in all honesty, hand on heart. Nothing has happened. It is up to people like myself and our community members to bring the information out. How do I contact every school? How do I contact every worker along that line that they're going to have to find alternative transport? We're talking about thousands of cars being put on the road.
Yeah.
And the East Hills line and the Inner West line is going to be chock-a-block because not everybody's going to be able to get on a bus and go to Sydney.
Without going into, obviously, the details of the confidential briefing, and it's bizarre that it's confidential in any event, I would have thought that something like that, you'd want to be as open and transparent as possible and not have one briefing. But was there an opportunity, without going into the detail, for you to interact or for the community to have input, or was it literally a briefing where
we have
Transport
had
just
no
told you
opportunity because they're still to come back to us with information. And my initial concerns were, how do you get the buses around that area? Because we all know Canterbury Road and those inner city roads are just so congested.
Presumably the community also has a number of concerns that they'd like the opportunity to raise. Are you able to, or have you been given any opportunity or a contact person to say, this is the ongoing conversation we can have? Given this is 5 months away, we would have thought it's imperative to have that back and forth.
Madam Committee Member, there is nothing, and that's one of the reasons why I've come here today.
We can see
I
your
would like
concern.
the Minister to sort of the Minister to come out and talk to us, and what the unions are saying, either delay this or get rid of it. And they're the only they're the only options that the department really has at the moment, because the announcements for the densification of other areas of Sydney isn't relying upon a metro, so we really don't need it. We don't need...
Just parking that, though, we've heard you loud and clear on that.
I mean, obviously,
Just
there's only
parking
4 minutes to
that,
government
we've heard you
haven't
loud
had
and
any
clear.
questions so
You
far.
said, yep,
I'm looking.
is just, I'm happy to finish on this.
Yes.
Is that I would have thought that the concern is not only about the implementation, but the opportunity for ongoing consultation with the community about that. Is that your expectation, that there will be something, or the vacuum and silence is somewhat concerning? Perhaps the opportunity to
Madam
make
Committee
would be
Member,
helpful.
I cannot repeat to you, I have no information, and it was a very, very tense discussion via Zoom. And that's all I'm prepared to say today. Very, very tense.
Thank you. Now we'll go to questions from Government. Mr. Diana.
Yeah, so I just wanted to ask, so the project, is it correct to say that the project has no community consultation mechanism?
Well, there is some consultation with council, but I'm not privy to all the discussions.
No, my question is about community. Is there no
there's no
mechanism?
community consultation.
So the South West Metro Conversion Project has no formal mechanism of community consultation?
No.
There's no advisory committee for the community?
I understand it's still in the pipeline, that they will consult. I don't know when they'll consult. Perhaps the day before they shut down the line, they'll consult.
If you don't know, who does?
Madam Committee Member, I don't know. This has been our problem, and we are being treated very, very differently to the Chatswood Epping shutdown, and I'm very, very concerned. You know, my constituency, it's just really very, very sad that I'm sitting here giving you these answers, but they are my honest answers to you. There's been no consultation that I'm aware of, or what's planned, or when it's planned. It's a bit of anything goes. The fact that they've reduced the commuter tap-on and tap-off figures from 100,000 to 60,000.
Thank you. We just
Can I also ask, you raised some issues around the safety and the derailment risk. What's
Yes.
the source of your information?
Well, I've been speaking to unions, and I've been speaking to people that, engineers, and it's the law of physics. If something very heavy is going towards something that's very light,
So
and there's no crash barrier between, this is the difficulty we now have.
Sorry, just kind of bring you back to the... So is there a specific... so in what way has this issue been brought to the attention of the South West Metro?
Well, I understand with the review, that was brought to their attention last year, the committee members.
Who
with the
brought it to
review.
their attention?
The fact that there is a very serious safety issue.
Who brought it to their attention?
I understand the unions brought it to the attention of the committee members. The concern I have, we've always had, I documented the concerns back in 2019. There were some questions that were attached to the back of my submission. I reproduced those issues, and that was, will the Bankstown line track have to be slewed to the south to provide greater separation between the metro trains and the freight trains on the ARTC freight line? Nobody's been able to answer that question.
So
I also asked...
Can I ask you, has there been no formal response? I mean, that's a pretty serious concern.
Yes, it is very serious.
It concerns me that there would be no formal response to address that specific concern. If it's been brought to the attention of the project team and they, as far as you're aware, there is no formal explanation.
As far as I'm aware, no.
And view as to why this risk is or isn't.
No, and I also asked the question, is the crash worthiness of the metro train sufficient to withstand impact with the derailed train on the ARTC line without having to provide greater separation or a crash barrier? Now, what's happened since those issues have been raised, there's been a very flimsy fence being erected between the heavy goods rail line and the T3 line between Marrickville and Bankstown, where they do run side by side. But that's not going to stop the catastrophe from happening. We needed either the lines to be slewed further south or a proper crash barrier to stop a catastrophe.
Correspondence, or like, how do you know?
Nothing, Mr. Dowden. I've had nothing.
No documentation where this
absolutely
risk has
nothing.
been identified.
It's as if the issue,
and brought to the attention of
the issue doesn't exist. Again, that's why I'm here, to put it on a public record again, because this was put on the public record back in 2019, and I believe the committee did look at it, and there was a resolution to not convert the line. I'm not privy to what was discussed back in 2019 with that upper house committee, but the fact is, from 2019 to 2024, I'm sitting here and I'm saying to you, hand on heart, I have very grave concerns about a derailment between Marrickville and Belmore.
Thank you. I'm going to have to, that's the end of the time for you, Ms. Curry. It's 11:30, so thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Appearing today and
thank
for
you,
representing your community the way in which you do. We will now call our next witnesses. Thank you. Thank you. And the Secretariat will be in touch with you, actually, Ms. Curry, about some of the things you took on notice for us. Thank you. Welcome. Okay, we'll get stuck in. We'll begin by getting you all sworn in. So we'll start with you, Ms. Gretsch. If you can state your name and position title, please, and either an oath or an affirmation.
Sure.
Thanks.
Estelle Gretsch, Policy Manager of Planning and Housing at the Committee for Sydney, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms. Bancroft.
Harry Bancroft, I'm Policy Manager of Mobility at the Committee for Sydney, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And Ms. Walton.
Yes, my name's Juliana Walton. I am from Action for Public Transport. And I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you so much. Now, opening statements, the Committee for Sydney is Ms. Bancroft, is that correct?
Yeah, thank you. So first of all, thank you for having us here today. I'll introduce the Committee for Sydney as well quickly. So we are an urban policy think tank advocating for good outcomes for Sydney across a range of urban policy areas. We have 150 member organisations that come from a range of different industries. So we're not an industry peak body. We represent voices from businesses, community housing, transport agencies, architects, arts and cultural organisations, councils, etc. So a lot of diversity of voices there. I want to talk today really about the 3 C's of transport in Sydney's West. So thinking about choice, comfort and caring. So first of all, Sydney's a really big sprawling city, and it's meant that it's really hard to provide equitable transport for all of its residents. Many people in the West, as we know, are forced into car ownership because they don't live within walking distance of a train station, and their closest bus routes are often indirect routes, and they might come once every half hour or every hour. So improving bus and rail is really key in Sydney's West so that we can address these transport inequalities. But for us at the committee, we also think it's really important to be thinking about active transport as well as public transport. And that's really about how people are getting to the bus or train station and making sure that those routes are safe, that they're accessible and that they're comfortable as well. In Western Sydney, we know that there's a great urban heat island effect, and we need to make sure that these routes are as cool as possible. There's also another aspect here to be thinking about. It's not necessarily just about providing more and new public transport services, it's also about thinking about where we're putting development, so making sure that we're putting new homes around existing transport. And then I just want to quickly finish up this short introduction with a comment that was made by a resident in Wilmot, which is just near Mount Druitt. We've been speaking to Baptist Care, who are a member of ours, and they're doing some transport advocacy in that area. And this comment I thought was very perceptive and kind of sums up the importance of this issue. And it is that transport can make or break your future. It can create opportunities or create an obstacle. So I think what we really hope to see here is that we're making sure transport in Sydney is creating opportunities for people and not creating obstacles.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that opening statement. Ms Walton, do you have one as well?
Yes. Our submission pretty much echoes many, I think, in recognising the big problem of transport disadvantage and the lack of opportunity that creates in Western Sydney. So I'll just leave that as read. But what we've done that I think is additional is we've begun to tie that to the history of where the public services, the bus services ended about Ermington, and where the public services never extended. And that is, of course, most of the western suburbs. And that came about because historically we were pursuing a model of urban planning and transport planning that was in vogue in the United States from the 1950s to 1960s. And its prime consequence has been a vast expansion in road space, which I'll talk about in a minute. So we think that you need to understand the history and the intellectual fads that this came about from, and that we have been in the process with what happened at Rozelle and WestConnex, and in disproving the proposition that increasing road space and relying on private transport was a way out of congestion. It doesn't work. We should by now have no congestion if it worked. And Los Angeles should be a veritable free-flowing paean to the use of the motor vehicle, which it isn't. The reason it doesn't work is now being understood as being to do with the reality that the service you provide, the service level, affects what people do. You're not dealing with a static level of demand, a static level of need. You influence what happens by a cycle that you set off when you decide at the beginning that you're going to focus on a particular method of transport. So we're arguing in our submission that what Sydney needs is fast, frequent and connected public transport, and that the focus needs to be on those areas that have never had it. And that means that you would start roughly at Ermington and go outwards. We would point out, and we do point out, that there were no advances in the bus system in that area until 1999, when the State Transit Authority bought a private bus company called the North and Western Bus Company, I was on the State Transit Authority at the time, and I know that it dramatically improved the services available to the people of the western suburbs. And one of the reasons, of course, was that the State Transit operator was such a good operator and very good at understanding patterns of movement and excellent at scheduling and so on. But the other thing that it did was that it began to break down the artificial barriers of contract boundaries. We started off again historically with a situation where you couldn't go across the boundary of one private operator through the boundary, through the area of another one. You'd have to get off at the edge, transfer to another bus if there was one, which there probably wasn't, and then make your way to wherever it was you were trying to get to in the first place. So that basically destroyed the viability of the bus system in the western suburbs, and it is the reason that patronage has been desperately low. It is not, I repeat, not the presence of backyards.
Thank you, Ms.
It
Walton.
is not because there are
just in terms of
houses.
making a short opening statement so we can get to questions.
Sorry.
If you could, no, that's fine.
Okay,
Just,
I'll be quick.
If you,
I'll be
just
quick.
another
So
30
the
seconds or
point,
so,
the
please.
point that we want the committee to be wary of is that a lot of people are going to say, oh, it's all because the western suburbs have backyards, or because they're not dense enough, and that's why they haven't got good public transport, and more to the point, it's used as an argument sometimes for why they ought not to have good public transport. But at the time, around about 1999, if you looked at Gordon and you looked at Carlingford, one in the east and one in the north, one in the west, the residential densities were about the same. But the public transport usage was vastly superior in Gordon for the simple reason that there's a train. So there is this, I think, fairly nonsensical talk that goes on about, oh, people won't use public transport if they live in houses, when really, if you haven't got it, of course you can't use it. So that's my introduction.
Thank you. There's, no, there'll be lots of questions and we could talk for hours. So I just wanted to maybe just start with buses and around this, we've heard from a lot of witnesses about lack of services to begin with, but then the facilities, the bus shelters aren't really incentivising people to catch buses in a lot of places in Western Sydney. So if you could just talk about that a bit, what needs to happen? Because at this point, we're not going to get trains everywhere, of course. We're not going to get metros everywhere. We're not going to get trains everywhere. That's a very, very long way down the track, excuse the pun, if that does happen. So buses, but they need to be, frequent. So if you could, I'll start with Committee of Sydney witnesses first.
Yeah, sure, thank you. With buses, I think to the point that Ms. Julie Walton just made, if there isn't a service there and it doesn't have good frequency, then you're not going to have the demand. So in some instances, it might be reconsidering service routes, even where there is a sort of perceived lack of demand, but actually really upping the frequency and the directness of those services so that they're as fast as possible to, in a sense, induce the demand in the same way we might see if we build an extra 8 lanes for cars, that's going to induce more people to drive. So making the service better in terms of frequency and also the directness of the route is really key. Something that we've seen in Sydney with the bus network is focusing on coverage to increase access. So it means that pretty much everyone lives within 400 metres of a bus stop, I believe that's 800 metres of a bus stop, so within walking distance, but the convenience of those bus services isn't always sort of meeting people's needs of where they need to go other than just work. To the question around bus stops, they're completely different all across Sydney. Sometimes it's just a pole, sometimes you've got an amazing sort of 4-seated, shaded, sheltered area, and my understanding is that comes down to these assets are funded by local government rather than state government, and so it means that whichever council area you're in, you're going to have a different experience, and then probably depending on how close that bus stop is to other services. It's a really expensive thing to go and upgrade a whole council area of bus stops. And we're hearing from local councils that they don't have the funds to do that to help encourage. So I think there is opportunity for Transport for New South Wales to either fund that or find a way to co-fund that with councils.
Just to add to what Harry said, I think we also need to be thinking about the resilience of these bus stops, especially in Western Sydney. If we are going to be upgrading, like the actual bus stops themselves, are there trees nearby? Even things like we should be thinking about water cooling options in certain places, like misting. That will be really important because, on 38-degree days for 10 days in a row, how can people catch the bus if it's really uncomfortable waiting there? But that's definitely paired with frequency of services too. You don't want to be waiting in a hot, sweaty bus stop for 30 minutes.
Thank you. We'll go to you, Ms. Walton. Just maybe if you wanted to, while you're doing that, remembering we're here in Campbelltown as well, I should have put that into the question, but this area is, especially the expanded Southwest Growth Centre, probably not as well serviced, can we say politely, by public transport as it should be.
Well, we've made a couple of points in various submissions. One is that 800 metres is not walking distance in heat and in the rain. It's not walking distance if you are transferring to a different service. So if you walk 800 metres, you get on some conveyance, you then get off that conveyance and you walk another 800 metres to the place where you are meant to catch the next conveyance. That's way too far. And that comes about from again, there's history to these things. Somebody once decided that no person should be more than 800 metres from public transport or some such thing, or from a bus stop. But that was then applied across the board to mean that 800 metres is walking distance. Well, it isn't. And historically, bus stops were much closer together than that, and they should be. One little thing I'd like to say is that, yes, buses matter. However, there is no good reason Oran Park has been allowed to develop without that railway station shown on the map physically being there now while the people are moving in. It's long been promised, it's essential, and it's not... What we find ourselves doing is pitching buses against trains when in fact it's a bit like Monty Python and the Romans. We start arguing about whether we can afford this one or that one when the real enemy, the Romans, is over there, and those are the 8-lane, 12-lane motorways that suck up funds and in the end do nothing of the kind that they are supposed to do, which is of course, to ease congestion. They don't. So that's where the money is wasted, not on trains.
Thank you. Just go to other committee members. Ms. Ward, do you have the...
Sure, I'll ask one. Yep. So one of your recommendations around the strategic cycleway corridors, can you perhaps elaborate on that in terms of how you think that, what's a realistic step that can be taken in the short to medium term to enhance the cycleway infrastructure in Western Sydney?
I think looking at the sort of planned rollout for the strategic cycleway network is key. From what I understand, it will be quite disjointed and will, dissimilar to when we build a train line, for example, will not be one big project that happens. It will be left to local councils to deliver some sections of the cycleway. In some instances, it will be Transport for New South Wales, depending on where it is. I think to get the best outcome and have a connected cycleway network from the start, we really need to look at the option of delivering it as one project by one agency. And the reason for that is if it's a disconnected network from the start, it's really hard for people to get used to using that. They might take their first ride and then find that they have to cross a very busy road, or that the lane ends and then they have to cycle on a very busy road. So making sure that there's sort of a spinal network for the for cycling in Sydney and in Western Sydney is really important. It's another option for people, if it's safe, to be able to get to a train station or to a bus stop.
I could add to that too. I think like the first step is to actually have a proper plan. I think the strategic cycleway corridor, it's a good start. But it doesn't actually pinpoint which roads need the active transport infrastructure. It sort of indicates that you need a hierarchy of active transport infrastructure. So along busy roads like Cannon Valley Way, Narellan Road, for example, you definitely need a dedicated path, and that's actually there and it's being used at the moment. But if you think of active transport infrastructure like a grid, you've got your main sort of spines, which is the sort of dedicated infrastructure, and then as you go further into the grid, there are different options. So for example, in like neighbourhood settings, there actually might be good cause to lower speed limits, create shared road space where it is safe enough to cycle alongside cars and things like that. In Western Sydney, and this is why it was so strong in our submission, there is the perception, and I've heard this in conversations, that people just don't want to walk or ride a bike, therefore we'll just build roads. But that is a sort of self-fulfilling prophecy that ends up in sort of where we are today. I think what's very interesting is with a lot of traffic and congestion on roads like Narellan Road, for example, there is some uptake in biking along that corridor to get to MacArthur Station or Campbelltown Station. So it sort of shows that like there will be culture change over time. You need to start with a plan. You need to actually indicate which roads are the priorities so that either councils can apply for funding to build the infrastructure, or ideally Transport would have a dedicated active transport budget themselves that could start building the cycleways.
So there's no active transport budget at all in Transport?
My understanding is that there's the Get Active Transport funds. I think this year it was, I have to take it on notice the exact amount. It was around $30 to $40 million. Councils right across New South Wales have to apply for that budget.
So what's your understanding of the status of the, I suppose, the cycle network plan? Like, where is that up to?
There is a plan out, which is the Strategic Cycleway Corridor Network, but as I mentioned, it's lines on a map that, for example, say there needs to be a route between Liverpool and Cabramatta. It doesn't actually detail this is the road that makes the most sense for that route to be built on.
And the implementation of that plan is really the greatest burden is borne by councils, is that?
Most likely, yes.
Right. So it's your recommendation or your suggestion that we need some kind of state government entity or agency within Transport that has authority to actually build the cycleway?
I think so. Like, there's definitely always going to be need for collaboration with local government, but I think more direction, especially when routes cross local government boundaries or on the edges of local governments, there are always the sort of forgotten spaces where you need someone with a sort of citywide or statewide view to come in and help direct and deliver that sort of infrastructure.
Right. Your submission also raises the issue around connecting Tallawong to Schofield. Can you just elaborate on that? I mean, we've had a number of submissions that have suggested that as an idea. Do you want to perhaps elaborate further on why you think that's necessary?
Yeah, I mean, really simply, it's about ensuring more people get use out of, or more people, have access to the metro, and making sure that we're kind of future-proofing and leveraging the investment that has been made.
Yeah, I mean, I could add to that. There's obviously a significant number of people who live in Schofields. It's been an area of Sydney that's had the highest growth over the last 10 years, and they don't have a metro station. So it's critical so that all the people who actually already live there can access every rail. Ideally, it would have been done earlier, but I guess it's a bit of retrofitting that needs to happen.
Ms Walton, do you have anything to say about that Schofields connection as well?
Yes, I'll just say that we agree entirely about cycling and walking. It's mutually supportive of public transport. They go together. And we agree entirely with the Tallawong to Schofields point. And we've actually been working on a strategy which we call the missing links strategy. And the aim of it is to join different kinds of rail lines. So it's joining Tallawong and to Schofields means that you're actually joining a metro line to the main Western line, or actually the Richmond line, and then if you go down further, you're joining it to the main Western line as well. There are a lot of quite short links like that have an enormous impact on the accessibility of people to lots of different places, and you have to think it through, but you realise that otherwise if you're at Schofields, you've got to go all the way in the opposite direction to where you want to be if you wanted to be up on the main Western line, and vice versa. So a lot of people are going contrary to the direction they actually want to go, when a very short link between different lines, the other one would be between Carlingford, where the light rail will stop, and Macquarie Park, where there's the rail line that could, or Epping, where the rail line could be connected to. So we've got a lot of those comparatively short ones, which I think we are arguing that there should be a lot of focus on those.
Thank you. We'll go to Ms Ward, and there'll be time for questions of other members as well.
Thank you all for your submissions, for coming along today, and your thoughtfulness. I agree with all of you, the sort of the chicken egg proposition that you've both put in there. You have to provide it for people to use it, and I think you've both referred to that in terms of buses and active transport. If it's, buses aren't available and easy, people won't use them, and same with active transport. So thank you for those suggestions. Can I just come back to, I think in your opening statement, forgive me, I'm not sure, I think it was you, Ms Bancroft, mentioned in relation to existing transport and homes, talking about new homes need to be around existing transport. Could you just elaborate perhaps on that aspect of your submission?
Yes, certainly. So the essence there is really around the viability of providing more public transport and better public transport. As we sprawl out further, it becomes more and more expensive because we need to put new services in. The high cost often means that those services aren't frequent and aren't direct, because the cheapest thing to do is to have them be indirect and to sort of service as many people as possible in quite a winding route. That then means that there's a pretty poor transport option for people who live typically further west in Sydney. And then you end up creating a situation where people are forced into car ownership if they can afford it. So making sure that we build more homes around existing transport, so the current TODSEP that has come up, is really important, because that way we can leverage the public transport that is already there, and people move into a place where they already have good options for being able to get anywhere in Sydney.
Do you consider that we've just talked with an earlier witness, I don't know if you're here,
yeah.
It's fine if you're not, around the sort of Bradfield and the concept of people, the job opportunities there for people to live and work, or to work close to where they live, and those sort of expansion. Do you care to comment on that sort of in terms of the opportunity for brand new builds around creating the infrastructure, the jobs, the homes, and that sort of greenfields opportunity, which might be another aspect to that, working with communities around providing it all in a comprehensive greenfields way?
I think that there's definitely a possibility of doing that. It takes a lot of time to get that all. It still requires building everything, from scratch, and that is okay, but in the current sort of housing crisis and the current, I would say almost crisis of inequitable transport access in Sydney, we really need to be thinking about doing both. I think Bradfield, as an example, that is perhaps not going to be as well connected initially to the rest of Sydney's transport network as it could be, and that will make it difficult for people who do live in the surrounding areas to access that as an area of employment, but also an area of services.
to add to what Harry's saying, I think building a new city takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of money as well. And if we're sort of to respond to the housing crisis in a timely way, it makes sense to start with existing infrastructure. I think I also sort of want to draw on the idea that the only thing you need to have good housing is a train line is also misguided. You know, the Committee for Sydney are big advocates of density done well, and I think if we are going to densify around train stations, it's really good that there's a train station, but we also need to think about the costs of social infrastructure like public spaces, childcare, shops, services, entertainment. I'm a big advocate of not only thinking of transport as a commuter thing, you know, not everyone does the 9 to 5 commute. So how do we also think about transport as dropping your kids off, getting your parents to the doctors, like all of those care activities as well. So it's really important when we're talking about things like the Todd set. Yes, transport is definitely a box that you need to tick when it comes to doing density well, but there's lots of other things to think about too. So yes.
Thank you. And I would have thought consultation with the community as part of feeding into that whole holistic sort of approach about transport for your local needs, not everyone wants to travel to Sydney. Great, thank you.
Ms Walton, yes.
May I just say something on that point? There's a bit of a trap in the idea that you can have jobs move closer to people because, in fact, job movements tend not to be contained. So one member of the family might live close to that particular job, but the other member of the family will be simultaneously trying to get to the other side of the city. And in the worst case scenario, the one who's close to the job is heading the other side, and the one who's further away from it is in the same, more or less the same boat. So we know that statistically it isn't true that people necessarily work close to home, even if it's there, unless they are very local scale jobs. So the higher paid, better jobs are better concentrated in hubs or centres. And there's a paper here I'm happy to leave, which points to the fact that we know that public transport usage is not strongly correlated with density, residential density, in other words, the density of the origin. It is very highly correlated with the density of the destination. So the denser the destination, the stronger the centre, the better off you will be in terms of overall accessibility, and the better the public transport patronage will be.
Thank you. So yes, if you're saying you'd like to table that,
I'm happy to, if you like.
Yes, please. Yeah, sure. That would be useful. I'll just continue along that line of thought in relation to land use planning, particularly. Ms. Walton, I note that in Action for Public Transport's submission, you mention that you say that new suburbs, there's no page number on this one, so I can't.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. It's under C, changing nature of public transport needs. You say new suburbs should be created around stations on rail lines, not between them, and any proposed rezoning of land that cannot be served by an existing rail line or a line for which funding is committed should be removed from planning documents. So we've got at the moment, of course, the transport-oriented development SEP, we know, that's in the media a lot with those 30 railway stations, and the Premier saying, let's build up, not out. But the situation is Sydney's doing both right now and will for some time, isn't it? Because where's the stopping the out? There's nothing that is stopping these suburbs being approved and developed without public transport right now, is there? Would you like to talk to that? And then I'll go to committee for
This is what you'd call inertia. The plans have been there since the 1970s, when we didn't know what we know now. And they have been just rolling along with people assuming that because they were told sometime back in 1974, I think it was, with the Sydney Region Outline Plan, that this was an area slated for future urban development, that could and should continue to be the case. But we now know that we're warming the planet. We now know that we are exterminating the koalas. And it is simply a matter of a change in mindset and a change in government policy. There is no actual legal reason why one must rezone land that someone in 1974 said was in the Urban Development Outline Plan.
Yeah.
So I think we need to bite the bullet and say we got that wrong. These areas, like Oran Park, we've gone and done it again and put the houses there before the railway line. And I think it's simply the strength of the expectation, the weight of expectation of the people who would benefit from that overwhelms what you would have to say now is common sense.
Yes, it is common sense. Ms Bancroft, Ms Gretsch, would you care to comment on that as well?
I think probably just to add, because of, developing around train stations is difficult, there's land amalgamation challenges and things like that, which is why I think development spread to further west where there's no public transport but there are large landholders. In cases where that has occurred though, I think there's a missed opportunity in not promoting better active transport even within greenfield development. So for example, if you go to many subdivisions in Leppington, which are about probably 2 kilometres from the station, but even within them they don't have footpaths, they don't have bike paths, they don't have, I guess, urban design connections to the shops and things like that that exist. So I think perhaps, how do I say this? There are opportunities to bring things like an urban design guide for subdivisions back to the planning system so that there are sort of minimum standards of mobility, accessibility if we are going to do greenfield. And that also just helps with the culture change of maybe I don't need to get in my car to get some milk and I can walk 5 or 10 minutes to the shops. But it's all about urban design, making sure there are trees, paths and things like that available so it's comfortable and there's choice.
And if I can just add one thing on there, which I know you probably intended to say, the design of the street network is really key as well. So we often see in greenfield development what's called dendritic, I never get the word quite right, dendritic streets. So it's very much like branches on a tree, and it might mean that as the crow flies, you live 500 metres from the shop, but to walk there you need to walk 1 kilometre or more to access that location. So thinking about making sure we've got grid designs that are faster for people walking or cycling.
Thank you. I'll just ask I've got another couple of questions. If, I'm just checking if anybody else has, feel free to let me know. The submission, your submission, Committee of Sydney, it also talks about the need, you spoke about it in your opening statement, about the need to connect the Western Sydney Airport to Sydney Airport. How would that happen? Is there existing connections that you talk us through how that would work? Or is it an idea and the government should look at how it works? You don't need to have the whole plan, I just thought you might.
I mean, first and foremost, connecting Western Sydney Airport to more of Sydney and to more of Western Sydney, I think is really important. I think rail is the best connector between the two airports, and that doesn't necessarily have to be a completely new line. That can be connecting the Western Sydney Airport Metro into another existing line, and people can transfer. If you've got quick services, transfer, and it's a close distance, to your point before, Julie, with transferring, it's easy and reliable for people to do, and they'll be happy to do that. I think in a situation where we know it's unlikely we're going to see a commitment to any new heavy rail in the near future, I think it can be done well with buses, but it needs to be really thought out in terms of how people are going to be accessing those stops. It is an airport line, so buses need to probably look quite different to how they look. At the moment, there needs to be space for people's luggage, it needs to be easy for them to get on, and it needs to stop relatively close to their house, or if it doesn't, it needs to have a type of bus stop or almost bus station where people are able to sort of line up together and wait with their bags in shelter. You don't want to be rained on your way to the airport with all your bags, etc.
Thank you. Ms Walton.
We wouldn't be content with buses. It's a very short distance from Leppington to the new airport, and we can't for the life of us see why that wouldn't be one of the missing links you would fill, along with Schofield to Tallawong. And once you've done that, you've now got an arc all the way up to the North Shore, giving people on the North Shore the ability to get to the new Western Sydney Airport by train. So we think those two, there are actually two short missing links in that arc.
Thank you.
And we think they should be filled, and it would be short-sighted to regard it as something we can't afford.
Thank you. This is just a final question, I think. In terms of plans and visions for public transport for Western Sydney, there is, of course, the 2056 kind of strategy. But is there anything particular that we're missing that is has planned for down the track? We'll do this for parts of Western Sydney in 10 years, 15, 20 years. This is our plan to connect it. Is there anything that you can direct the committee to that exists or has existed
I think
and might not be current anymore?
We actually have mentioned it in something that will be coming shortly. There is a Future Transport 2022 which says explicitly that the predict and provide approach should die, that it's wrong.
The which approach?
Predict and provide. And in fact, in some of your terms of reference, you use it, that you talk about what's the demand going to be. We predict the demand, then we provide the road space usually for it. That is a flawed model for the reasons I've stated before, that we're not dealing with water, we're dealing with gas. Gas expands to fill the space available. It's not like water that's a given amount of volume that you've got to accommodate. So Act 2022 is really important because it now says that we need to envision what we want and then work out the means by which we'll get there. We don't believe any longer, says Future Transport 2022, that predict and provide is valid. So I think you should look at that.
So thank you. And
the second thing you should look at is Wales. Wales has now decided that it has completely departed from something I've not yet mentioned, but is really important, and that's the malign influence of the benefit-cost ratio. And they have noted that it has caused them to invest in things that are directly contrary to the objects that they are aiming to achieve. And you see it in another thing like the table, I suppose, but it's easy for you to get, in a report by Infrastructure Australia, which was put out in October 2018, and it's called Improving Accessibility in Lower Density Areas. And it goes into chapter and verse about how dreadful it is that public transport is so thin on the ground in new urban areas. And then it comes up with something that amounts to saying, so sad, too bad, the benefit-cost ratios won't justify us providing any public transport for those areas, which started me off on a PhD on the subject, but that's kind of beside the point, because it cannot be so. So what they're saying there is that because the benefit-cost ratios in the areas that are to the west of Ermington are not going to be as high as they will be in Edgecliff, that the logical thing to do is to go and build something again in Edgecliff. And the same goes, in fact, for all of regional New South Wales. Why bother is the way you get to. So this is a really important thing that you should look at,
Thank you, Ms.
the
Walton.
malignant influence of benefit-cost ratios.
We're almost out of time. I will get you to table that just so we can use it for the committee's purposes, and maybe the Secretariat can ask you the detail of what
Sure.
you've just referred to in there if need be. Finally, Ms. Bancroft, did you have any comments about the transport, Western Sydney Transport Vision Plan? Is there anything that the committee should be looking at that it doesn't seem to be one as far as we can tell?
No, however, I would just sort of in support of the issue around benefit cost ratio, I think that is definitely something that needs to be rethought and gotten rid of, because again, I think a really key point here is there's no, and we've both said it today, you can't assume there is no demand if services are poor, or if routes for walking or cycling are hot and unsafe. So making space for people on public transport and on streets is key to getting people to use those spaces more.
Thank you. I think Ms Ward is desperate for one more.
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify. No, I was just interested. My father was Welsh, so my ears picked up when you talked about Wales. But so are you, do I understand that Wales has abandoned the priority for BCRs?
Yes. In a draft, I can't tell you off the top of my head, but I'll send it in. In the last year and a half, they've put out a draft revision of what's called their green book. The UK developed a green book, which is about transport project appraisal, which the Wales was copying, and then it realised that it was leading them to increase the amount of carbon dioxide they were pumping into the atmosphere, and to causing greater disparities in the welfare of groups in their communities, because they tended to be funding, it's like they call it not the Peter principle, but no, that's the wrong principle, but at any rate, it's to he who has, more shall be given.
I mean, your point was interesting, just in terms of regions you'd never build otherwise. Thank you.
If I could quickly
So
add...
that's what
Yes, we have about 30 seconds.
I don't know if Bradfield had a BCR.
I'm very strict with time as a chair, so Ms Gretsch, you get the final word.
With Wales, it's because they've introduced a Wellbeing Act. We actually have someone from Wales out this week and next week, if you'd like to meet with them. They're from the Office of the Intergenerational Commissioner, so they are applying an intergenerational perspective to everything that government do, and transport is forming a big part of that as well.
But on that principle, Bradfield building the Sydney Harbour Bridge would not have met a BCR.
Precisely.
Exactly,
Okay.
You're lucky it was interesting, those last 2 minutes. All right, thank you so much for appearing today and the great work that each of your organisations do. Thank you. We'll be in touch if need be on anything taken on notice if that was the case. The committee will now break for lunch. We'll be back at 1 p.m.
Yeah.
Yep, we're ready
Good afternoon.
to Go. Okay, all right, let's kick off this session. If we've got everybody here, we have to start by swearing everybody in. So we will start on my left. So with you, Mr. Wiafe.
Yes, please.
So name, position, title, and oath or affirmation. Thank you.
So my name is Charles Wiafe. I'm from Liverpool Council. I'm the Council's Principal Transport Planner.
And the oath or affirmation?
Of affirmation. I swear sincerely and truthfully declare and affirm that the evidence now to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Mr. Arya, is it?
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Mahavir Arya. I am a transport engineer with Liverpool City Council. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Mayor Gould.
Thank you, Matt Gould, Mayor of Alderley Shire. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Talley, you've already been sworn in because you've appeared before this committee, so you don't need to go through that again. Thank you. Mayor Carney.
Mayor Todd Carney, Penrith City Council. Affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you so much. And finally, Mr. Carfield.
Thank you. Andrew Carfield, General Manager of Camden Council. I will take the oath. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Okay, go to opening statements. So the opening statements from Liverpool. Just one opening statement. Who's giving that?
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity for Liverpool Council to appear before the inquiry. Liverpool Council in southwest Sydney is experiencing significant population growth that is resulting in increased demand for public transport services. Council has probably for the last 5 to 10 years has been making representations about train services from the Liverpool city centre to Sydney, to the Parramatta CBD and beyond. The concern that Liverpool has been expressing over the years is the lack of fast and limited stop train services between Liverpool and the Sydney city centre in particular. Associated with that and associated with increasing population growth is the need for improved bus services in Liverpool. Liverpool at the moment is serviced by transit systems as the only passenger bus service provider on a contract with Transport for New South Wales. Issues that tend to be run into is the provision of services, particularly in new and developing areas. Council appreciates that the road network might not be complete as development starts. A key example is an area called Milton Grange, and in the adjoining one called Ostro, just next to the Bradfield city centre. Because the road network is not complete, transport advice to Council is that interim bus services cannot be provided till the road network is completed. Then we run into the difficulty of residents, particularly the elderly, parents with school children, complaining that there's not adequate bus services as the developments occur. Liverpool city centre, from its location, has fairly good road network, but when it comes to public transport, bus services, it's a bit deficient, and Council considers that there need to be a lot more improvement. There should be early provision for services as new release areas are developing. Council is happy to work with Transport for New South Wales and the bus service providers for interim bus routes to be used as the areas develop. For major release areas with schools, then that becomes a big issue as well. We've got a number of schools where bus services are at the moment provided by minibuses. They tend not to be efficient, and they tend to be such that a lot more parents choose to drive to the schools. It results in traffic congestion around the schools, and the lack of parking becomes an issue that council is called upon from time to time to address. The other major issue council has got, there's a more bank intermodal development that's developing on the eastern side of the Liverpool LGA. There's a train station at Casula. It would be very useful to have a passenger or a pedestrian bridge that would connect the Casula station to the MIT or the More Banking Intermodal Development. Council put in a submission, and if additional information is required, Council will be happy to go through and provide a lot more clarifications.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We will move to Wallandilly Shire Council now. Mayor Gould.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to represent the people of the Wallandilly Shire here today. The current and future public transport needs in our Shire and the broader Western Sydney region are of major concern for Council and our community. The current state of our public transport infrastructure in Wallandilly is, to be frank, woefully inadequate. If I would have travelled here by public transport today, it would have taken 3.5 hours and involved 2 buses and 3 trains. Much of our Shire has no meaningful access to public transport at all, and what limited access we do have is not fit for purpose. I understand that everyone is looking for improvements to their public transport services, but the reality is we have basically none, and we have a Shire that is likely to triple in size over the coming decades. The geographical spread of our towns and villages and the chronic lack of public transport options means that the 63.7% of our residents who have to leave the Shire for work have no realistic choice but to travel by car, and only 0.9% of our residents travel to work by public transport. This is only going to worsen with the state-led growth areas planned for Wallandilly at Wilton and Appin, and no clear plans are in place for the timely delivery of public transport for these growth areas. Our only rail access does not provide a regular and reliable service, as the Southern Highlands line is not electrified and it prioritises freight movements over passenger services. This means that not only is there a small number of services on the line, but they are regularly cancelled, leading a large number of our residents who do use public transport to travel by car to Campbelltown and Macarthur stations where the electrified rail starts. Bus services are similarly insufficient to the point that within our state-led growth area at Wilton, we have bus stops that have never even had a bus pull up at them. Only a tiny fraction of our Shire is serviced by buses at all, and what services we do have are infrequent at best. We need to see a significant increase in both the frequency of buses across the Shire as well as the areas they service. Our Shire's close proximity to the Western Sydney Airport will potentially provide us with opportunities for economic investment in our area. However, these benefits will only be possible if critical transport infrastructure are provided to connect us. To date, despite strong advocacy on the issue, we've been largely overlooked. The progression of Stage 2 of the South-North rail connection from the Aerotropolis to Campbelltown Macarthur is an essential part of this connection, as are rapid bus services linking us directly to both Campbelltown and Macarthur stations and the Aerotropolis in the short term. In the future, services directly to the Illawarra are also required. For many years, we have advocated for the electrification of the existing diesel services through our Shire, and electrified services will be particularly important to service our growth area at Wilton. Additionally, the completion of the Malden-Dumbarton rail line would not only provide a freight rail connection between Port Kembla and the Aerotropolis, enabling significant economic benefit, but potentially could also serve as a critical passenger line linking Western Sydney, Wallandilly and the Illawarra. An integrated transport strategy for Wilton and Appin is essential to support these future communities as well. We need a rapid bus service connecting these new communities to major centres such as Campbelltown until such time as rail is delivered. The current public transport link identified between these two growth areas that are going to be of about 50,000 people each is a 1-lane historic bridge which is inaccessible to heavy vehicles. The people of the Wallandilly Shire want and deserve a future where public transport becomes more reliable, inclusive and equitable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we move to Camden Council. Mayor Carney, sorry. Oh, yes, Carfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to discuss Council's submission. I'd like to commend the committee for the work that they're doing on this critical issue. And there's a number of things about the Camden local government area that are particularly noteworthy. Camden is the fastest growing local government area in Australia. In the 5 years leading into the 2021 census, Camden's population grew by 49%. The next highest growth rate for a Sydney council over that same 5-year period was the Hills at 18%. And by comparison, New South Wales at the same time grew by just 4.9%. So the pace of growth we're experiencing at Camden is unlike anything else in Sydney. The demographic profile of Camden is also a contrast to other parts of Sydney. Camden has a young and rapidly diversifying community. The median age of a Camden resident is just 33, and there are more 0 to 4-year-olds than any other age cohort. Today, Camden's community has over 130,000 residents. By 2036, in just 12 years, the Camden community will again double in size to more than 250,000. Regrettably, our growing community also has the fastest growing jobs deficit in the Western Parkland City. When jobs growth is compared to population growth, Camden is lagging at a rate of 12%, which is significantly higher than other local government areas across the whole Sydney region. Without a convenient and connected public transport service, car dependency will be reinforced and our already congested road system will become unworkable. Camden desperately needs private investment in employment-generating developments, and this will only occur when we have metro rail connections. Without these connections, Camden's jobs deficit will continue to grow. So Camden's priorities for public transport investment are very clear. We're seeking commitment from both the state and Commonwealth levels of government to fund and complete the planned metro or rail connections north-south from the airport and Bradfield to Oran Park, Narellan and Macarthur, and east-west from Glenfield and Leppington to Bradfield and the airport. These new rail connections were identified within the Western Sydney City Deal, and the progress that's now been made on stage 1, the St Mary's to Airport connection, is welcomed. These same metro rail connections are also listed as high priorities within the Western Sydney Transport Infrastructure Panel's independent panel report, which was prepared last year. The planned rapid bus network between Campbelltown, Narellan, Oran Park and the Aerotropolis is also a priority action, and we consider that an important interim service to support the opening of the airport in 2026. In our growing communities of Oran Park, Leppington and our future growth areas, we're committed to delivering housing, jobs, local services and high quality, sustainable urban precincts. We have a rare opportunity right now to finalise the planning and delivery of the north-south and east-west metro rail connections in a coordinated, timely and cost-effective way which will support the fastest growing region in Sydney. In summary, the Camden LGA and the Western Parkland City needs equitable access to Sydney's public transport system. Good public transport is vital for our growing region and will ensure we can continue to deliver great outcomes for Camden and South West Sydney. Thank you for the opportunity to provide evidence today, and I welcome the committee's questions.
Mayor Carney.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on this crucial issue, both for existing and future public transport needs in Western Sydney. I, like Mayor Gould, it would have taken me 2.5 hours to catch public transport from Penrith to here today. It's just a stark reality of people in Western Sydney, the connections that we just don't have. The significant change expected in Western Sydney and Penrith highlights the importance of shaping our city in a way that connects our community through improved public transport. At present, our community access to public transport is limited, with high car usage. We see the potential for reducing car dependence through a well-connected public transport and active transport network. Penrith has some of the most disadvantaged communities in Sydney. We believe that public transport can play a role in addressing social disadvantage and providing social inclusion. Over half of working population in Penrith 55%, travel outside the area for work each day. Most choose not to use public transport. On census day, only 3.1% took public transport to work. Our residents tend to live further away from everyday services and their jobs and education. Just an example, a staff member of ours who travels from Cobbitty to Penrith, which takes 50 minutes in a car, would take 3.5 hours. That's just not equitable, and why would anyone catch public transport if that's the case? Our residents face greater cost of living and accounts for their distance travelled, car dependence, petrol, tolls. We also own more cars. Our residents need safe, reliable, convenient and frequent public transport so as not to present a barrier to jobs, educational opportunities for the lowest income earners. There is a need for a better coordinated approach to infrastructure identification, prioritisation, funding, delivery, in line with development staging. If the buses aren't in operation when the people move in or when the airport opens, it entrenches car use and becomes even more difficult to shift behaviours. In particular, the extension of the Sydney Metro line to Tullawong and Macarthur is crucial in linking Western Sydney residents to their region, thereby opening up greater opportunities for employment and education and encouraging industries to further develop in our region. In addition, the rapid bus network from Penrith and other city centres to the new airport from Penrith is critical to establish early patronage of the Sydney Metro network. This rapid bus needs to be dedicated, prioritised, fast and frequent. We would also like to highlight the difficult first or last mile in the movement of people from public transport hubs, especially railway stations, to their final destination. While residents may take the train, there is often no reliable bus services to take them the rest of the way or to the service itself. In addition, there's a need for supporting infrastructure that improves the functionality of public transport for users, thereby increasing patronage, such as commuter car parks, pedestrian paths, cycle facilities, crime prevention, accessible ramps and lifts, and shelters providing weather protection, especially during those hot summer days. Finally, we want to see the prioritisation of public transport infrastructure and prompt, timely, safe and connected transport infrastructure that will enhance the health and well-being of our community. Thank you for considering Council's submission, and I'm pleased to take any questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. We may actually go in a few minutes into the afternoon tea break, to be honest, to try and get as much evidence from you as we can. I'm just floating that now. It might go to 2:10.
Sure.
My first question is, particularly to Camden and Wallandilly councils, but others can jump in as well, is when the new suburbs are planned and rezoned and new houses are being built. I think your statistic, Mr. Carfield, was 47% or something in terms of the additional population. And even now, what engagement or what commitments, no, it's probably engagement, how is Transport for New South Wales and the government working with you as a council to determine your transport infrastructure needs and plan them with you? And I'm just realistically, I don't think, I'm not from the government, but they can't deliver every single transport need to everybody at once. But I assume there are units, people within planning, within transport that work with you to plan this. So what's happening now with Wallandilly? Because we have heard, Southwest Sydney, just horrendous. I think you said at the beginning, you said some adjectives that just woefully inadequate in terms of the transport there. So what are the connections and engagement that you're having with the government?
We've had, for our Wilton growth area, we've had vague promises and that in time there will be...
Vague, did you say?
Vague promises that, there's lines on a map that there will be appropriate infrastructure, but as things stand right now, we have nothing concrete. We have no guarantees of any kind of rail link into Wilton. We have no certainty whatsoever on bus. We heard some utterances that there may be rapid bus, but nothing certain. It very much is up in the air, and a very large concern that we have is that we're going to have 50,000 people that are not contiguous with Greater Sydney who are going to have to rely pretty much entirely on Picton Road and the Hume Highway because there simply isn't the public transport that is needed to get there.
And so with the Wilton app, and I'll go to you in a second, sorry, Mr Carfield, because the Premier has been talking very strongly in the media, as has other ministers, about building up, not out, in terms of the recent SEB, the Transport Oriented Development SEB. We need to build up, not out. But in your council's point of view and what you're seeing on the ground, the out is still occurring, is it not? And the consideration for those residents and for your council to make sure that these new residents have infrastructure, transport, that's not happening. But these suburbs, the sprawl's still happening. Is that correct?
Yes, absolutely. So I guess one of the challenges that we have is, whilst we welcome that change in direction, I guess, towards up, not out, the reality is that we've seen the growth at Wilton started several years ago, and the concern that we have is that this change in focus is going to see the infrastructure investment then move away from the previous commitments they've made, where we have the doubling of our shire happening at Wilton, and we don't have that infrastructure. So whilst we are supportive of the concept of up, not out, we need to make sure that the commitments that have already been made are honoured and that we actually have infrastructure for our communities. It's also one of the reasons that we have significant concerns with the additional growth area at Appin, because there isn't enough infrastructure funding now to provide the desperately needed basic infrastructure we need at Wilton, and yet we're opening up an entirely new growth area at Appin that has even less infrastructure, and we're deadly concerned that what we're going to see is both of those growth areas fighting for already insufficient funding, and things like public transport just won't materialise. Wilton was originally meant to be at no cost to government, and what we've seen is it just turned to no cost to government, but the services just aren't being delivered.
Thank you, Mayor Gould. Mr Carfield?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Firstly, I'd just like to provide an example around Oran Park. So Oran Park's a master planned community or town, and it's been a partnership between the state government and Landcom, as well as a developer who has a long-standing interest in the local area and has significant other land holdings to develop in the future, and the council, as well as state agencies. Oran Park had a planned community of 7,500 dwellings. So the community itself would be 20 to 30,000 residents. But that number is underestimated. We're now revisiting the master plan and adding in ability for apartment buildings, and this could increase that by another 2,000 dwellings. If you were to go through Oran Park today, the pace of change really smacks you in the face. There are already 7 to 8 storey apartment buildings completed and occupied. Those apartment buildings sit right alongside a corridor and a signpost in the ground which earmarks the future railway station of Oran Park. I would say every one of those residents that's moved into Oran Park, and it's nearing completion, has visited the site office with a full-scale model depicting where the rail corridor is to be, the future railway station in Oran Park, and the opportunities that presents into the future. Clearly, Oran Park as a master plan community had a lot of engagement from state agencies, planning out what is a sustainable system of transport into the future, where will the jobs be, and it relies on rail connections. So the connection is to be between Oran Park and the Aerotropolis and Bradfield, through then southbound to Narellan and to Macarthur. There are indeed opportunities for more railway stations between Oran Park and the Aerotropolis. So if you looked on a map and saw the frequency of railway stations on other parts of the rail system, you would expect there could be 2, 3, 4 additional railway stations. The location of those would be sensitive, but there's great opportunities there. The thing that's quite unique about Oran Park too is just how simple it would be to complete that rail connection. There's a single landowner with a lot of capacity. On their own, they are designing and accommodating this rail corridor. So they're going to a lot of effort to ensure that there's not going to be conflict with services, there won't be conflict with road accesses and arrangements. The whole community has off-road shared path systems. It will work fabulously with a railway station, but all that's missing is that final commitment.
All that's missing is the train.
Yes.
When is that going to be there? What have the residents been told? And then, sorry, just indicate, I will go to all of you after this and then to other members for questions.
So our expectation would be that the government gets on with the planning and delivery stages as soon as possible. The community's growing, the road system is congested and breaking.
So
the jobs issue will not come.
I'm just conscious of others, but so there is no a year. There is no. So if you're a resident of Oran Park, they don't know whether it's 2028, 2034. They have no idea. But they're being sold these places with a shiny train model in the site office, but they don't know when the real train is going to arrive.
Madam Chair, that's exactly right.
Mayor Carney, did you want to speak from Penrith's perspective on this issue? Just an engagement with government, what they're committing to with you?
I think there's always been engagement that has occurred, but there's never been anything locked in, and that's successive governments over many, many years. And there's nothing been implemented within the budgetary process to make sure this happens. And I think that's why I spoke within there, the key to actually unlocking the whole north-south sector. This isn't just about Penrith, this is about Western Sydney in general. I want the opportunity for people who live in Penrith to work in Campbelltown, for people who live in Marsden Park to work in Penrith. That creates the activity the businesses want to be able to create jobs. For too long, we've focused on putting all our resources into the CBD and around the eastern suburbs. You think of the light rail and what that money could have done within Western Sydney for transport infrastructure and the bang for buck that would have delivered, where a system that already had a fairly good, wasn't perfect bus service, to now having a light rail system, that money could have been better spent elsewhere. And I think that's why we need to prioritise public transport into the future and make sure it's budgeted properly, to make sure it's not rolled out and it's not done in a way that it's just hit and miss. And I think that's what we've seen for too long in Western Sydney, and we've missed out on that. People don't want to go into the CBD anymore to go to work. They want to work local. They want to work close to home, and be able to create these corridors, the public transport corridors, will be able to help create those job opportunities for people in Western Sydney.
Thank you. And does Liverpool Council also, just in terms of your engagement with the government and how they're working with you to plan transport needs in your LGA?
Yes, I'd like to add the comment that I probably do a lot of consultation with Transport for New South Wales and the engagement as release plans are drawn up. I used to work at Transport for New South Wales, so at officer level, I know some of them. The system works well for engagement prior to release of land. And usually you have a list of roads which would be spelled out, once to be delivered by the state government, once to be delivered by developers. And usually, because the work to be done by developers, it's requirement and development consent, the road network tends to be constructed. What then fails is the provision of the bus service, because that's not listed in any of the planning documents to be saying, yes, from day 1 or day 5, this is the bus service that's going to be provided. So from a point of view of engagement, I would say, yes, the engagement does happen, but it's how you then implement. With regards to the implementation, yes, Transport for New South Wales, the road construction arm, is responsible for road construction. And Natalie, you would know the group because you used to work with them. So they would do the road construction. What tends to fail is when the public transport component comes in and when it's actually implemented. I've heard Camden and when Dilly talk about the railway lines. We've seen the railway lines on a map. Liverpool sits with Bradfield as one of the stations to be built. Liverpool previously said, we've got the heavy rail to Leppington. Why don't we extend the heavy rail from Leppington to Bradfield? That would have provided a connection, and for that matter, train services for Liverpool residents to be able to get to the airport. At the moment, you've got the airport 20 kilometers from Liverpool city centre, and for that matter, Liverpool residents will not be able to catch effective public transport to the airport. So the engagement tends to happen, but it's the implementation. The two suburbs that I talked about, Milton Grange, Austral, they are developing at the moment. They are very, very limited bus service. And transport says, well, but the road network is not completed. Please wait for 5-10 years for the road network to be completed. Meanwhile, you've got 20,000 people in those suburbs who say, we want to be able to catch public transport.
Just to be clear, the road network isn't completed, but the roads are there because people are clearly driving around. When you say road networks, I was expecting a paddock with no roads, but the roads are there for the buses to drive, potentially.
Madam Chairman, what I'm pointing out is that you might have a particular road that's been done because a developer has constructed it. But there may be the ultimate bus route that has not fully been completed. You could have an interim arrangement where you might have to travel on probably a minor road. Austral, Milton Grange, most of the roads are already in place. So yes, the road conditions might not be perfect, but people are driving on them. So we should be able to have interim bus service. I was talking to Anthony before, and as we're making the point about NIPA buses, I worked at Penrith years ago. They used to be smaller buses that were operating because, again, the wider road network might not be completed, or that you have situations where the density is such that you don't need the bigger bus, but you could operate some other form of bus service.
Okay, we'll go to questions from the government.
So I wanted to ask about 15th Avenue, because that's an established road that really has fairly limited capacity at the...
What suburb are you talking about?
This is in Austral.
Okay, yeah.
Whereas there's a whole range of new developments that require access through 15th Avenue. I mean, clearly that road is not sufficient for an adequate public transport service to the new emerging suburbs around Austral. How does this process? How does it progress? How do you actually establish a adequate bus service if the road infrastructure, because you said that the road infrastructure would be there and that the public transport would flow, but actually the road infrastructure isn't there. It hasn't actually, past governments have failed to deliver effectively an adequate road system to service the new suburbs.
15th Avenue is about 12 kilometers long. It's an extension of an existing arterial road called Hosting Park Road. So if you draw an east-west line, you start from Liverpool city centre, you draw a straight line to the west, 15th Avenue take you straight into the Western Sydney Airport. The problem is that it's an existing two-lane rural road. Vehicles are driving on it. In fact, a portion of it is a bus route. The current rapid bus service that's planned from Liverpool city centre to the airport, for all the planning, goes along the existing Liverpool to Parramatta Transitway, then it makes its way to Elizabeth Drive. It goes on the M12 motorway to go to the airport. So the people in Austral, the people in Milton Grange, are not really going to benefit from that rapid bus service that will be provided. With regards to 15th Avenue, it's now been handed over to Transport for New South Wales to design and deliver the project. In the current state budget, there's a funding allocation of about $50 million for the design to be completed, approvals to be gained, and for construction to start. So it's a gradual stage upgrade of that road. But at the moment, buses can drive on the first 7 or 8 kilometers of the road.
So what would be an adequate public transport, like an interim measure to provide sufficient public transport for those residents in that area?
I would think it's just a commitment from Transport for New South Wales to work with transit systems who provide the public transport service to the area to say, yes, this is a bus route, and the road network might not be complete, but here are the interim routes that can be used to provide a reasonable bus service to the residents who are moving into that developing area.
Sorry, I interrupted your question.
No, I was going to throw to other members now, so I'll go to Ms Ward and come back to government.
Thank you. And so you would prioritise, you'd ask that the government prioritise that as an upgrade or a road that could then provide that?
That's right,
yeah,
that's right.
Yeah,
Yes.
so it's really hearing the next steps. I hear what you say about consultation, which I think is incredibly important. We've heard evidence about that lacking, but also making the decision to proceed.
That's correct. And you might remember, as a minister, you may have seen a letter from Liverpool Council saying, let's reclassify that road as a state road because we think it's a continuation of an existing state road. It's the main route going to the airport. So that's one of the issues about responsibilities. Okay.
Can I go to, thank you for that, and getting that prioritisation is important. Mayor Gould, if I could just come back to your comments, thank you, in relation to the dwelling increase and the doubling of the number of dwellings and that input. Can I just get your comments, and could you just elaborate on that area, because clearly with the emphasis on infrastructure in other areas and housing in other areas, are you having interactions with Transport or with government about plans for these growth areas, or what might be proposed, or what's the current status of the sort of consultation between with you from the government or from Transport in relation to the future plans in this area, or is it has that occurred? Has it not occurred? Is it planned to occur? You've got rapidly. You've told us you've got your evidence is you've got rapid growth. That's going to be needed, and understanding the need for other areas as well. But what has been the interaction to date?
Meaningfully, quite limited. So we currently have 56,000 residents. We're going to see about 50,000 at Wilton, and then we're going to see an additional 50,000 or so at Appin. As far as clear pathway on the delivery of infrastructure, it's not there. I mean, in the case of Wilton, we have some lovely maps that show that there may be some things provided, but there's no timelines, there's no guarantee of when it will happen. At this point, we're fighting for things as basic as functional sewerage and high schools and basic public transportation. So we have raised for a number of years now our concerns here. We have raised quite fiercely our concerns with the additional growth that Appin and the impact that will have. But it has largely fallen on deaf ears as far as actually coming back with this is how we're going to engage, this is how we're going to address this problem, and this is how we are going to have the basic infrastructure that is required. One of the things that we have been pushing very hard for at Appin, for instance, if the planned growth is to go ahead there, is that it needs to be linked to a binding infrastructure plan so that we have certainty that we're actually going to get that infrastructure. Because at the moment, for neither Appin or Wilton do we have any kind of binding plan as to what's going to be provided and when, particularly in that public transport space.
So that would be sort of a first order request from you to have that binding plan, that there's something to provide that certainty so you can then work on the other plans going forward. Thank you.
Natalie, just on the I suppose the engagement officer level as well, in case you're interested with Transport. I've been with Wallandelli now for almost 5 years, and through that time we've talked with transport or numerous times, but there's been no certainty, no plan, no actual delivery timetable for when things may or possibly happen. So a lot of good, well-meaning officers trying to do their best, but no real commitment. And it appears to me that they are spread so thin across so many priorities and have been so focused on some big ticket items like the Aerotropolis that the areas that are actually getting housing on the ground, like Wallandilly, are being ignored and under-resourced. So that's at an officer level, that's the reality of the situation.
Thank you. Mr Garfield, just in relation to Oran Park, and you spoke about the opportunities that are there, and already it seems that you've got all the other pieces of the pie. You've got the developer, you've got the who's made those forward plans. Again, can you just elaborate on your opportunity for consultation with Transport or with the government to be able to plan? It sounds like you're doing everything you can from your side, but you're not hearing what are the opportunities or future focus and priorities for you?
Sure, thank you. It would greatly assist Camden Council and the Oran Park community if we could have more certainty around the timing of actions. I think that the contact we've had from government agencies like Transport for New South Wales has clearly indicated benefits of the rail network and connections and finalisation, but really struggling to move outside of the very short-term time horizons. So they're thinking in the 1, 2 to possibly the 4-year horizon. Council and the local community would like to see a longer-term planning and commitment to things. The council is investing heavily in local infrastructure. We're building a $65 million leisure centre in Oran Park. The developers investing heavily in local community infrastructure, but it needs to be a partnership. We need to have all of the supporting infrastructure delivered when it's required. We've had major challenges around local schools, and I could expand on that, but really the commitment to timing of delivery of those transport connections is vital.
Yeah, because you've got the 0 to 4-year-olds, you've got a big cohort, your biggest cohort, so they're going to grow up.
Indeed, by way of example, the first primary school that opened in Oran Park, the Oran Park Primary School, on day one had 11 kindergarten classes. By the time the second primary school was opened in 2021, Oran Park Primary School had swelled to 21 kindergarten classes.
Wow.
The Barramurra Primary School that opened in 2021 this year has reached its capacity and will see demountables on valuable playground space. So the lag in the timing of growth supporting infrastructure is really evident across the board, particularly around state, transport, sewer, water and schools.
Thank you. I understand, and I should have said this, you do have two members of the committee who have tuned in online. So Mr Bob Namber and Ms Sarah Kane from the government. Mr Bob Namber has some questions.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for attending this afternoon. It's pretty clear you all have to contend with this problem of catching up with the infrastructure deficit in light of your booming populations. Naturally, that comes down to funding, and there's always going to be that tension between state and local governments regarding funding and the competing priorities that both levels of government have. We heard about the Oran Park example of master plan community, but one with a missing rail link. I'm just interested in alternative revenue streams and your thoughts on those. More particularly, would you agree that there's a significant uplift in surrounding land values every time there is an announced rezoning or a new transport project, which effectively results in potential windfall gains, particularly for those who have land banked around your areas? I'm particularly interested in the concept of value capture mechanisms. So would you agree that given the real funding constraints all levels of government have, that it would be equitable for some of that uplift to be returned to ratepayers or taxpayers to pay for the very infrastructure or rezoning that has resulted in a windfall gain beyond developer contributions?
Now, who would like to tackle? Is that directed to someone? Okay, Mayor Carney, go first. Yep.
Yeah, look, and thank you for that, member. Look, definitely, and I think it's something that we've missed out on a lot of because we've seen a lot of growth, a lot of development within Western Sydney already. But value capture is something that we've definitely spoken about within Penrith Council for some time. And it's an opportunity where rezoning happens, the value of that land's lifted dramatically before it's handed over to development. To be able to have even a small portion of that to be able to fund some of the infrastructure moving forward allows you to deliver that infrastructure up front. And that's the biggest concern, is not having it there. It sets that precedence where people start using their cars, and as soon as they start using their cars, they don't get out of the car. But it's definitely something that we would be keen to see. I think there is definitely some uplift in those property values, at a small percentage that can actually help fund some of this infrastructure into the future.
Would anybody else like to respond to that?
I'd like to add a comment that most developers agree with the principle that as a consent condition, the minor road network needs to be constructed. The major road network, there's regional developer contribution, but it's the extent of that level of contribution. And then my second, the earlier comment I made about public transport provision. At the moment, when we transport planners do all the planning, we tend to concentrate on the physical infrastructure. How is the physical infrastructure going to be funded? And then there's arithmetic and discussion about how much of it is funded by the developer and how much of it is funded by the state government. What we tend or to leave out is the public transport services. So in terms of value capture, yes, as a concept, but it's probably how it's managed. If there's a lot of understanding, there's a lot of approach to be saying, yes, we're going to have this development, it's going to generate a need for a railway line to be constructed, and the railway line needs to be funded. To me, I would think it's something that the government, and for that matter, this group should pursue. Singapore has done that for a very long time. A number of the US states do that as well. So I think here we've got into the process of saying, yes, let's have developer contribution, but I don't think the developer contributions extends to cover the cost of the infrastructure and, for that matter, the impact of the rezoning processes that we go through.
Thank you.
Do you think the developer...
One second, Bob, sorry, there was just somebody else who wanted to respond to that as well, if we can. So, Mr. Carfield, we'll go to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to offer a few thoughts around our experience at Oran Park. So there are some mechanisms already in place that operate in a similar way to value capture, and they're local and state development contributions. We've had a lot of success having community buildings like a library, leisure centre, youth centre, sporting facilities constructed through a local development contribution with that developer. There's also state infrastructure contributions which are levied, and I think there's a real value in working with developers to ensure that the timing of that infrastructure is delivered early in the development process, and that's where we've had success at Oran Park. But there needs to be a balance to make it work and ensure that development remains feasible. And I'd also just add another thought on that, which is there's over 170 railway stations in Sydney. Camden community will grow in 10 years to nearly 250,000 residents. It only has one railway station, which is on the border of the Liverpool local government area. Camden residents also pay taxes to support Sydney's rail services. And there's an equity question that's a very large question in there.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Namber, go back to you now.
Yeah, I'm just interested, you may not be able to answer this, but do you believe that developer contributions at the moment are commensurate with the increases in land that have increased for no other reason that they've become more productive by virtue of local or state government announcements or investments?
I don't think it does. I think your comment there about the uplift that happens with rezoning, if you compare that to the developer contributions, yes, there's state and regional contributions, but even if you add them, they don't come to the value of the uplift that tends to be realized with rezoning processes. But I mean, that's what I was saying earlier on. It needs to be clearly defined about what's the contribution that it's being imposed on particular rezoned land versus the benefits that the state government, and for that matter, the residents who are already there, are going to gain.
Would anybody else?
Just
yeah,
one
Mayor
thing.
Gould. Oh, sorry, so we might go to Mr. Aria first, and then you, Mayor Gould.
I'm just giving you a bit of example what we have got a problem in Austral, which is being developed. So in Austral, it is the developers are coming to council with the plans to develop it, and council tells them to upgrade their roads in front of their development. Now what is happening that is the Austral is nearly about 25-30% developed, but the link roads are not developed. And that's what the developers are saying, that they are paying the developer's contribution and council is not developing those roads. Some of those roads are to be funded by the state government, right? And some of the roads has to be funded by council. And the council is doing its best for those developments, those links to be developed. Even in Austral, we have got a problem. It is not only the road network, it is a city water. There are the developments are happening. They are putting the septic tanks, and sometimes they say, don't do any developments because the Sydney water infrastructure is not there. Right? So we have to look at it that how we release the area for the like a development zoning area, instead of having the whole big area, have it in sections so that section is developed. So we collected the sufficient developers' contribution to do the development of the infrastructure. Or if we say, okay, if it is developed by 10% or 20%, then there is funding is available from the state government on a loan or something like that. Like our mayor, Nat Manon, has said that is council can take a loan and which can be funded in the future developers' contribution and complete the road network. There are no like footpath connections are there. There's no street lighted connections are there. That's what the like a community wants it.
Thank you.
Right? So it is the contribution. That's all.
Thank you, Mayor Gould.
The infrastructure contribution scheme at the moment, certainly in greenfield areas like ours, it's woefully not fit for purpose. Whether it needs to be looked at some sort of value capture system or alternative, the big issue that we see is all too often there's not an agreed infrastructure plan up front, and that is the biggest shift I think we could see that would actually make a difference in this space. Because what happens is all too often there are vague promises made, and it goes through that rezoning process. Because there is nothing binding, we then are far too reliant on developer goodwill, and it really puts it into the hands of the developers as to what gets provided and when, and there is no certainty for community at all. One of the, I guess, the real big challenges that we see in that space is the fact that ultimately somebody has to pay for this infrastructure. So the state government has to pay for it, the developer has to pay for it, or it just doesn't happen. And too often we see that it doesn't happen. And the reality is when you're dealing with areas like Wallandilly, the infrastructure costs are very, very high. But they have bought land that was very, very cheap because there was absolutely no servicing. I don't think that it is unreasonable that if they are then going to put thousands and thousands of people there, that the developers should be making sure that they are then providing sufficient funding to provide the services that are needed to support that land. Because at the moment it just seems to fall through the gaps. One challenge I would say with potentially a value capture system from our experience is, as I said earlier, Wilton was intended to be at no cost to government. It was meant to be this sort of developer pays value capture type arrangement, and it really hasn't worked to the point that they've really walked away from that now. Because what ended up happening is the developers were turning around and going, it's too expensive to do this, we can't deliver the product if we have to pay for the costs of what this infrastructure is actually going to cost. So in any solution, I think that needs to be kind of balanced. And one thing that I think where there could be some value and maybe worth the committee considering is that, that the new regional infrastructure contributions that are being collected probably do need to be directed to the growth areas on the outer fringes where we simply don't have that baseline infrastructure that other parts of Greater Sydney have.
So I'll just jump in there now. Because some other states have looked at this and have acted on it in terms of the looking at taxing what is a very, very big, often windfall gain made by developers when their land is rezoned.
Yeah.
I think recently Victoria has done it. ACT has it, whether it's called windfall profits or uplifting tax. That we don't have anything really like that. Infrastructure contributions isn't quite like that. Is that something that you think is needed in, and it doesn't help existing areas, I'm conscious of that, and there's been a lot of rezoning, and ideally probably we don't want much more rezoned, but is that something that is worth considering in terms of how to fund some of this infrastructure? I'll go to you, Nick Carney.
Look, I think everything needs to be looked at. The current infrastructure process that we have is broken. It's not working, it's not delivering on what's needed within our communities, especially around public transports. So I think everything needs to be put on the table, whether it's value capture, and in many cases it's not so much the developer who owns that land, it could be the mum and dads that have been sitting on that land. You've got to be able to cover their costs to be able to move somewhere else. Yeah. But there is, a property that was originally worth $10 million is now worth $20 million. There is definitely some value in capturing some of that. But I think you've also got to make sure that it doesn't rule out that the development then becomes unfeasible to do so. So it's a very fine balance in doing that. But I think everything needs to be put on the table. The whole review needs to be done when it comes to all contributions, whether it's developer or a system like that, to fix the system, because it's not working currently, and it's not working for any of our councils. And usually it's us left to kick the can, which means we have to ask for more money out of our local residents, which means we're the bad guys, and it's not always fair. So I think everything we can put on the table to review this current system, especially what's seen as the growth. We spoke about like Penrith, where currently we have 220,000 people within Penrith. By 2041, we're looking at 270,000 people within Penrith. A significant amount of people. The growth we're going to see in Camden, Wollongilly, Campbelltown, it's currently not working, and we can clearly see that when it takes 2.5 hours to go from Penrith to Campbelltown by public transport, something needs to change.
Yeah. I've got one more question before I throw to members again. We've heard a lot about, and people have different solutions in terms of what are connecting north and south, connecting western, western Sydney to Glenfield, further south even, Campbelltown. So what's a solution from your council's perspective? I think that does sound like a priority that should be announced and committed to by a government, and they've pretty much every submission says that this is absolutely sorely needed. What are your councils advocating in terms of that connection? Because there are different proposals on the table.
Well, for Penrith, ours is to go from Tullawong through to St Mary's, and St Mary's through to currently to the airport, as we're going to see, and to Bradfield, but then going in and then having those linkages to Leppington, then through to the Macarthur region as well. We need to be able to link the whole lot up, not just sections. Yeah,
it's just extraordinary. It just makes so much sense that that's what should happen. And again, everybody's advocating it, but there's no commitment. There's in terms of the discussions that the government is having, Transport for New South Wales is having, there's nothing of substance in terms of any commitment to start looking at it.
Look at something from, I think, us and then the Park City councils as well, to push that along. And it's great that Penrith has that section, but it doesn't mean anything until we connect the whole north-south up. It only delivers a very short section. I wanted the opportunity for my people to go and work in Campbelltown and areas like that. It's the way we can actually boost the economy in Western Sydney by delivering on that rail link.
Mr. Taylor?
Thank you. My understanding is that there is a jointly funded state and federal business case looking into the south-north rail connection, connecting the Aerotropolis and Campbelltown Macarthur, as well as the Glenfield Spur, as well as the second part of the business case is the connection through to Tallawong. So that's my understanding of where that project is up to. And Ms. Verman, you indicated there is no commitment to that project. Well, there is. There's a signed document called the Western Sydney City Deal, which was signed by the then Prime Minister, the then Premier, and all the 8 mayors of the Western Parkland City, which is a commitment to deliver that south-north rail connection between the Macarthur, the Aerotropolis, St Mary's and Tallawong. So there is a commitment. What it needs actually is a firm delivery timetable so that we know as 8 councils of Western Parkland City when that's going to be done. And from Wollondelli's perspective, and please jump in here, Mr Mayor, but I would say our number one priority is that connection directly between Campbelltown, Macarthur and the new airport.
Thank you. I know Ms Merton has a question.
Thank you. Sorry, hello. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for your detailed submissions and for being here and your time here today. If I could just go back sort of at the opening, and I think it was Mr Waff here, in terms of you were citing more development and then the need for public transport infrastructure. Then you cited Casula train station.
Yes.
And if I could just say that sort of during this inquiry, we've had a theme sort of coming out in terms of, density and new targets, and particularly of, most recently in terms of, sort of the density at transport hubs. And then the community are sort of, feeling that they've been left out of the discussions and the consultation on this. So just in terms of, I guess, engagement just with government on some of these issues, particularly where we've got, development has happened, and the lag on the public transport. I was just wondering, just in terms of, the committee would like to know, do you have a place sort of at the table in terms of the discussions, the forums? I appreciate the work that's been done in terms of, council signing up to, agreements in the past. Just wondering where it might currently be at the moment, the consultation and the discussion on this.
In southwestern Sydney, if I take Liverpool as an example, the increased density around stations in the current planning documents are not really affecting developments in, say, around Liverpool, Warwick Farm or Casula per se. Council on our own has adopted and agreed to increase density around Liverpool city centre and for that matter the station. Council's been working with Transport for New South Wales to identify improvements, and one of our key improvements, as I said in my opening statement, there is the need for fast and efficient train services from Liverpool to connect Liverpool to the rest of the city. If I take the example, Liverpool is only 35 k's or thereabouts from Sydney. Train services take more than an hour. My friends in Penrith would catch a fast train, and that's almost 60 kilometres away, and that would take you there in an hour. So you've got that difference. But in terms of consultation, I think consultation tends to happen, but it's the implementation. And it's the fact that, and I think we all started talking about value capture, it's the fact that developments are happening, but the contribution that the developers are contributing, in my view, and in the view of experts who've looked at this subject, have said the developments are not paying a reasonable contribution for the infrastructure and, for that matter, public transport services to be provided. At the moment, if you look at all the contributions plans, most of them will not touch on bus or train services at all. They tend all to talk about building the infrastructure. So the state government is then left with providing the service from the state budget. And so transport officers look at it and would say to council officers, it's not budgeted. And we'll say, well, but that's a small amount of money. How come it's not budgeted? I've dealt with big development applications where we've said to developers, probably provide a bus service for the first 5 years of the development. That could be a model that council could say, yes, so you have Orange Park. You could say to the developer, you're doing a big master plan, provide a bar service, provide a reasonable bar service. And we can do that sort of model, but then the state government would need to pick it up after, whether it's the first 5 years or whatever the time frame, to make sure that the bar services are provided. So in terms of consultation, I think transport planning, Department of Planning tends to talk to a lot of staff members, but it's the implementation. From the priorities, Camden, Liverpool have all said, yes, we've seen the line from Bradfield to go to the south. We know there's a business case that needs to be prepared. What we don't have is a commitment for implementation once that business plan is agreed to. Whilst I've got a flaw from Liverpool's priority point of view, you've got Liverpool City Centre, you've got a portion of Hostin Park Road, you've got 15th Avenue, at the moment, a rural road. And if we want to get to the airport, it means it needs to be prioritised and for it to be done.
Thank you. Mr. Adam, did you have another question?
I wanted to ask about, obviously you all represent areas that are highly car dependent, and I think in the Camden submission you talk about setting mode shift targets. And I just wonder, why do you think that, how do you think that would contribute to shifting car dependence? Perhaps Mr.
Sure.
Carfield, given it's your submission.
Sure, I think it is important to set those long-term targets around mode shift if the state agencies are working towards a delivery against those targets. So it's one thing to have an aspirational target that there's no accountability around, but if there's great accountability in terms of delivering the kinds of network improvements and connections that are going to support a mode shift, then those targets can be useful long term. I think we're coming from a very low base at Camden. I think at the last census day there was only about 2% of our community that used public transport for the journey to work. We can do much better than that with better public transport services.
Anyone else in the panel has something to say?
If you don't mind, I'd probably comment on a different area of Sydney. So I think I talked about this in my last appearance here, but one of the benefits of the B line on Sydney's northern beaches is, I understand, a 17% mode shift from car to public transport. Now, when that project was originally thought of, the feedback and the business case did not stack up, because it was seen that it wouldn't actually deliver those sort of outcomes. Now, the reality was, through political intervention and leadership, the project was delivered, and as a result it's now a golden shining light in the Transport for New South Wales portfolio, because it has delivered those time savings of up to 20-30 minutes, but also the big mode shift, which has meant that the government hasn't needed to invest in road upgrades that it mightn't necessarily have needed to do. So the more that those mode shifts are incorporated in business cases, I think the more that they can actually look forward and provide a better public outcome for our area. And like, that's what we see happening for Wallandilly, is if we did have those sort of services, a B-line style service from Wilton to Campbelltown, for example, people would jump on it. They don't want to sit in a car. They don't want to sit looking at the car and the red lights in front of them. They want to sit in a comfortable environment and travel from A to B on public transport. And if we set that up now, then we will get the mode shift and we'll build a community around public transport rather than around cars.
Can I ask just sort of a follow-up around that? Like, what is the source of the journey data for councils? Like, how do you actually assess the journey activity of your residents? Like, what's the primary source of information? Is that data from transport? Is it data from the ABS? Like, is it census data? Like, how do you actually know where your residents are going day to day to assess the, where the linkages need to be put in place?
Chairperson, if I can start. Yeah. The census data asks a question about travel mode on the census night. So ABS collects that information and every 5 years share that information with council, share that information with Transport for New South Wales. Transport for New South Wales also does home travel survey with ABS. So that also provides information about public transport.
What's the cycle for that? How frequently? What's the frequency?
I think that's done every 5 years, but if they need a catchment, they can go in and get survey information probably every 2 years or so.
Can I suggest, for time's sake, the committee we could actually inquire about this? It's just that we've got like 1 second left almost, and I know that quite a few people put their hands up to this, and it's a very interesting thing that we actually will endeavour to find the answer within government, because as you started talking, I'm sort of all the data's there, and you could tell us if that's okay. Is there one more burning question?
No, that's fine.
I've got one more burning question. I just want to know, and it's to you, I think, Mr. Taylor, the city deal, it was signed 5 years ago, a bit more than 5 years ago, by the two coalition governments. Committed to the Western Sydney Aerotropolis first connection, first stage, North-South link has been a commitment. Business case, I understand, has been done. Is that correct? It's been done. Has there been a commitment by the new governments to the city deal, and where within the whole process then within government is that up to?
Thank you. So in terms of the business cases for the South-North Rail connection, no, they are still progressing, is my understanding, for the stage 2 and 3. So stage 2 being the Macarthur linkage and stage 3 being Tallawong. In terms of where they're up to, so the three levels of government come together on a quarterly or even sometimes 6-monthly basis at an executive level. Ms Fishburn from the Department of Planning, Housing, Infrastructure, I'm getting the new terminology right, leads that coordination. We also have representation from the federal government, and the indications we have had from both the new state and also new federal governments is that they will honour the commitments in the existing city deals. And we work through those commitments over time as a collaborative approach. And so, for example, we'll discuss the implementation of the rapid bus networks, we'll discuss all the non-implementation, the updates on the rail, where those things are up to, as well as other elements of the city deal. And we're seeking to advocate strongly, particularly for that South-North rail connection to be done as the highest priority.
Thank you. That's very helpful. I'm sorry we're out of time. I should have scheduled, as chair, I take full responsibility for not scheduling more time with you all. But thank you so much for your submissions, and your very strong statements today have been, you can be assured, very much impacted us in terms of where we go to with this and your submissions as well. So thank you so much for appearing. We'll have a very, very short break, and I'll be back in a few minutes for the last.
Thank you.
Thank you. that was a nod. I just caught that out of the corner. Right? Yep, we're good. Great. Okay, welcome back to the government witnesses for our final session this afternoon. We'll begin by swearing you all in, starting from my left. You know the drill, name, position, title, and either an oath or an affirmation. Mrs. Van Laren, is it?
I'm Catherine Van Laren from the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure, the Executive Director for Metro West. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now and about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Ms McPhee?
Rebecca McPhee, Deputy Chief Executive at Sydney Metro. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Ms Gammon?
Thank you. Ms Peter Gaiman, Transport for New South Wales. Role is Executive Director for Western Sydney Aerotropolis. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr Hunter?
Yeah, good afternoon. I'm Simon Hunter. I'm Chief Transport Planner at Transport for New South Wales, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much, Mr DeSanti.
Thank you. Adrian DeSanti, I'm from Transport for New South Wales. I'm the Director of Public Transport. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. Now, is there an opening statement that any of you are giving? Yep.
If that's okay, Chair, I'll give an opening statement on behalf of Transport and Metro. So we'd like to thank you and the committee for the opportunity to give evidence. We would also like to acknowledge that we're meeting on the land of the Darawal people and pay our respect to elders past and present and extend that acknowledgement to any Aboriginal people that may be here with us today. As the committee has no doubt heard, and as we at Transport for New South Wales and Metro are acutely aware, Western Sydney is growing and developing at an unprecedented rate. The sheer scale and rapid expansion on many fronts presents a significant range of transport challenges. Currently, Western Sydney residents typically have longer distances to travel to get to work and to access services. They spend more time on average travelling than people living in other parts of Sydney, and Western Sydney communities are also more car dependent. There are significant challenges that we are not here to downplay, but they're challenges which the government's policy settings are directed at addressing as we expand our public transport offering and increase the amount of development that is occurring near public transport. Unprecedented investment in transport, billions of dollars, is being made in Western Sydney on road, rail, light rail and active transport projects, all of which are being delivered to help ensure that the transport network and the system enables all the crucial connections that people need and that is needed to move goods. We're focused on things like easing congestion, improving safety and providing more reliable transport times, travel times. There's significant investment to ensure that the Western Sydney Airport is supported by transport the first day of operation, and many projects that are progressing in development and delivery across Western Sydney. The Minns government's $116.5 billion essential infrastructure plan, which sets aside $72.3 billion for transport infrastructure across New South Wales, includes significant investment in public transport across Western Sydney. Sydney Metro, Western Sydney Airport, Parramatta Light Rail Stage 1 and expediting Stage 2, the delivery of the Western Sydney Rapid Bus Network, the spend on operating Western Sydney bus services and anticipated spend on light rail, which will be over $500 million annually. Integrated active transport infrastructure that supports better connectivity and opportunities to enhance socioeconomic and environmental outcomes are a key part of road and rail upgrades and projects such as Sydney Metro. The enhanced active transport connections will help people with first and last mile bike access, as well as creating that truly integrated transport solution. We're also seeing significant investment in new and improved roads, including those in the emerging airport precinct. They're being carefully planned, considered and delivered. Roads obviously enable the public transport network in buses, as well as freight movement and point-to-point transport, as well as support corridors for walking and cycling paths. As we deliver new networks, connections and services, we're very focused on managing safety and reliable access to the existing network, as well as supporting community members through change and managing change. We are acutely aware of the roles and responsibility that transport has in connecting people's lives and shaping the way that communities live, work and interact. In Western Sydney, we are really focused and aware of the crucial role that transport can play in enabling social equity and making sure that the strength of the economy and growth is also part of our focus. We're working hard to deliver for the people of Western Sydney. We recognise there's a lot of work ahead to us over many years, over generations probably, to keep improving public transport connectivity. We also acknowledge that the availability of funding is a challenge and that there is significant pressure and competing needs to deliver for communities across the city and the whole of the state. Decisions around transport services and infrastructure are being made taking a sustainable approach, and there's care needed to balance between prioritising immediate and critical needs and ensuring the foundations and momentum for the future are also there. With the government's focus on Western Sydney and commitment to delivery on public transport needs, we're taking a close look at all of our long-term planning to make sure that these plans are aligned to the priorities and directions of the government. We work in very close collaboration and partnering across government, including with the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure, and we use similar information bases on which to make our decisions. Planning for transport is informed by many sources, including megatrends such as population growth, changing movement patterns, climate change, emissions and economic growth. Transport for New South Wales has worked through a vision and validate method of planning where we set a long-term vision and then work to progressively deliver that. We are hopeful that the current investments in transport in Western Sydney will change the dynamic and allow for more public transport use and active transport use over only private vehicle use. And as you've seen from the swearing in, I'm joined by colleagues from across transport, Sydney Metro, as well as the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure. We look forward to the opportunity to answer any questions from our subject matter areas in good faith. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll just kick off firstly with just trying to get a handle on the various policy documents or frameworks that are guiding decisions within Western Sydney in terms of public transport more broadly. We just had a conversation about the the city deal, the Western Sydney Parkland City deal. Where's that one up to, and internally, and what other policy documents are there that is guiding this work from a broad Western Sydney perspective? Firstly, Mr. Hunter, you may need to direct questions if it's not to you.
Absolutely, there's quite the brains trust here. There are a number of policy documents, frameworks and things that we rely on. The Australian Transport Planning Guidelines at a federal level give significant guidance on that, and we have a range of internal documents. Under the former government, there was also the Future Transport Strategy that was released that provided an overarching vision.
Is that the 2056 one?
There was the 2056 one that was released in 2018, and there was an updated version of that released in 2022. The strategies are progressively updated and refreshed, typically when there's changes to the land use and housing forecasts and targets, so that we can integrate transport and land use planning. I think the part of your question pertained to the city deal, and I think given the delivery focus from Ms Gaiman and Ms McPhee, possibly they could answer on some of the projects being delivered under that.
I was going to say, the key city deal one.
Can I just check that you've got speaking into both? You might have to.
Hi, can you hear me?
That might be the Hansard one, and then there's the one with the heavier bass, I think, will deliver the sound situation.
So my key focus is in the Aerotropolis, and there was a city deal commitment around rapid buses for the Aerotropolis. So at the moment we have done planning for the rapid bus services that would provide connection to regional connectivity to centres like Liverpool, Penrith and Campbelltown. We've been given money to now progress the stage 1 of that rapid bus service, so we're looking at providing direct links between those 3 centres as part of that stage 1 and providing new bus services that have not yet been provided or are available. So that will provide new connectivity between those centres to the Aerotropolis.
Okay, so thank you. So what we've got so far is a future transport strategy 2056 revised, initiated 2018, revised 2022 under the previous government, and then you've just referred to the city deal. Is there anything specific in relation to anything else in terms of Western transport policy or a framework that the government is guiding your work with, or is that in development? If the answer is no, that's good for this committee because we know that that's very clear. We've been searching for that.
Yeah, I might just delve into some of the ways we actually undertake our transport planning and service planning. So we do have service planning guidelines that we undertake to meet that provides not just for Western Sydney but also all of metropolitan Sydney. And there are similar guidelines for outer metropolitan areas as well, but specifically for Sydney and more importantly Western Sydney. Those service planning guidelines provide guidance for not only practitioners within transport but also our contracted operators, but also can provide
Thank you, Mr. DeSantis. It wasn't my question. I'm very much aware that there are guidelines to guide how our contractors and how planning is done. It was a question about whether government has provided a policy. That's fine. So, for example, Wilton and Appin, I'll use those as examples of suburbs that don't have the transport yet. What is within the department? What work is being undertaken now to get transport to the new growth areas in southwest Sydney?
As planning for these areas progresses through master planning and then development assessment, we work very closely with Department of Planning, Housing and Environment and Infrastructure, on what the service planning requirements and what the infrastructure requirements are. We then go through our own internal investment processes to seek funding for any necessary infrastructure upgrades or service planning to align with those guidelines for delivery of services to those new communities.
Can you be specific in relation to Wilton? I'm just trying to get to, we had Wallandilly Mayor here before, as well as Camden, and they were pretty strong that really they can't see any commitments, they can't see anything down the track. They can't see anything now, let alone anything down the track. So with those growth centres, can you foresee any more transport options being planned now for those growth centres? And again, I just want to use Wilton and Appin as an example. Bus services, is there anything in terms of if rail or anything else will get there? So does government instruct you, as in the minister instruct you for this, or do you look at it and go to the minister with a solution to the public transport woes, I think, of those communities?
Absolutely. So planning's always undertaken, and I think Mr. Hunter mentioned it a moment ago in terms of the broader planning context, but specifically for these areas in the southwest, we're constantly undertaking planning work. And for us, Wilton has been on our radar for a little while. Clearly, there has been in recent times a lot more impetus to ensure that we're having the right approach to planning. It's not just about planning, however, it's also about understanding opportunities for delivery of any service uplift. We're acutely aware of the deficiency, for want of a better word, of service absence in that part of the world. That said, we are continually doing planning to understand the travel demand, which we have a good handle on, but also, more importantly, the delivery mechanisms. And that planning, we do have discussions with government, we do take those options to government, and we are actually actively looking at how can we introduce services both from a local perspective, but also that connection back into the broader Sydney network in, say, for instance, the electrified rail network from a bus perspective. Obviously, into the medium term and longer term, there is a lot of work that we look at with regard to future rail extensions, things that could be looked at, like electrification and so forth. They're probably more longer term initiatives, but certainly from a bus perspective, we are actively looking at some shorter term opportunities to get that, and we have those discussions with government. I don't know if there's anything more strategic you want to add.
Yeah, no, look, I think in the future transport strategy in 2018, the potential electrification of the line to support growth at Wilton was flagged as a thing to investigate within the next 10 years. Obviously, we're halfway through that period, and in that time, I think the land there has been put out on exhibition for that development. We also work with the developers on options, including a Greater Macarthur Transit Corridor that would serve public transport needs through West Appin development. So there is ongoing sort of planning for that, and it is very much integrated with the proposals for land use and development.
We heard, I'll go to Sig if you're wanting to talk. We heard as well, we've heard a bit about Oran Park, you know, fantastic, lots of great evidence about that new suburb. But they have the train line, the rail line, but no actual train, and there's no commitment whatsoever. There's nothing to give anybody any certainty of when that will arrive. That's one example of the planning being done. How do we get the train there? What's the process within government to get the train to Oran Park?
I'm happy to take this one. So the Western Sydney Airport Metro line, which is currently being constructed between St Mary's in the north and the new city centre at Bradfield in the south, was always contemplated as phase 1 of the Western Sydney Airport Metro. So the government has committed to ask us to finalise final business cases for extensions to that metro line. So one going north, and the one in question now is the one south. So the New South Wales government committed to expanding what is an existing business case under development, which looks at the link between Bradfield and Leppington, to also look south to the link down to Campbelltown Macarthur, which would come through that area.
That's good to hear. So where's that up to in terms of expanding that business case? Is there a deadline for that business case to then go to government? We know how long all of this takes, and of course the funding has to be there to build the thing finally. But where's the business case up to?
Yeah, absolutely. So in the really early planning stages, so the funding for that is from July this year. So within the next couple of years, that final business case will be complete.
So just to be clear then, the stage 2 is which bit?
So it's still to be determined. So the second business case that's being committed to at this stage is the one that goes north, so from St Mary's up to Tallawong, where the existing northwest line starts. And both of those business cases will be provided to government in order to inform their investment prioritisation.
Okay.
I just want to come back to the question about, you said you had very good travel demand data. What's the source of that data? How do you assess the travel demand?
Well, we have a number of different ways of looking at that demand. We obviously have traffic surveys and trolley data and so forth, but we also always look at census data in terms of where people live and where they travel to, specifically for their place of employment. There are also other surveys that are done periodically with regard to where people are travelling. We do know a lot of people I'm assuming you're asking around Wilton and those southwest areas. We do know a lot of those people travel north towards the southwest, towards Macarthur and further north, and some also travel towards the CBD, but we do know there's also some movement that heads to the Illawarra and Wollongong specifically. So whether it's Wilton, whether it's other parts of Western Sydney or even Greater Sydney, we do have a number of different sources, and Ms Dunty, you could probably answer some of the other sources and other data.
Absolutely. We use things from household surveys that people get a call and answer questions about their travel behaviour. We use forecast growth in population to inform what the likely movements of people will be based on current travel patterns and expected employment. We also have actual usage data of the number of tap-ons, tap-offs of the Opal network and things, and it's a variety of those sources that we use to help inform our planning going forward.
But so I mean, if your primary source of data is the census, that's like a 5-year cycle. You know, a place like Austral, where it's undergoing very rapid change, you're really not getting the data in sufficient time to actually be able to have a very agile response to the emerging demand, do you?
It's a very good question, and it is a challenge. Part of what the New South Wales Government does do, though, is through the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure produce population projections that are the expected forward look in terms of the growth and development of areas, as well as a forecast called the Sydney Housing Supply Forecast. These two sources help inform us of where people are likely to go, where development is likely to be, and allow us to do some of that planning ahead of the curve and development. I don't know if Ms Van Lauren wants to add anything.
Other data sources like Google, presumably they've got massive amounts of data that's very fine-grained in terms of its accuracy around individual journeys. Does the department purchase data from those kind of sources?
We do access a range of data sources, including some data around live trip measurement and things like that. We have other subscriptions that give different levels of data and sources. If you want an exhaustive list of all of the inputs, I'd probably have to take that on notice, otherwise I might be here all afternoon.
I just asked that because your go-to was the census, when the census actually is probably the least accurate, least responsive, when there are other much more accurate data sources. It just surprised me. I wanted to, on another issue, in previous evidence, there was an issue raised by Ms Curry in her evidence earlier today around a safety concern associated with the conversion of the Bankstown line and its operation in conjunction with freight rail. I just wonder, is this the first time the agency has been alerted to this issue? And if it isn't, what response you have to those safety concerns, and how has that been?
Yeah, I'll take that question. Thank you very much for the question. So Sydney Metro is undertaking significant security upgrades along the Bankstown line as part of the conversion to Metro. That includes corridor security, so fencing and other automated security like obstacle and intruder detection systems, which will be monitored live 24/7 from the Operations Control Centre. That's a full segregation of the line.
So the particular issue was around a derailment risk. It was suggested that that issue has been brought to your attention through, I think, maybe the RPTU. She mentioned the union. Is that correct?
So we are well aware, as we have been through the entire planning stages of that conversion, that to put a GO84, a fully automated product, in that line, we would absolutely be upgrading the corridor security, including full segregation, and as I mentioned, those other monitoring systems which will ensure that obstacles don't enter the Metro area, corridor, and if they do, there's an automated detection system that would flag that straight away to the Operations Control Centre. So, of course, it's one of the elements, and safety is an absolute priority that we've been considering since early design work.
Right, okay. The other issue that Ms Curry raised was an apparent inadequacy around the community consultation. I asked her a question about whether there was some kind of community reference group or consultative group for the project. Is there? Perhaps you could elaborate on the mechanisms of community consultation supporting the project.
Absolutely no problem at all. So community consultation is a significant part of any major construction effort, and a project like Sydney Metro plans right from the outset. So from the really early stages of planning, right through delivery and construction, we have a really significant community engagement program, and that's with all levels, so state government agencies, councils, communities, peak bodies. So we have both formal and informal mechanisms of engaging, so newsletters that go out to the whole community, we have community engagement forums and sessions, we have more formal engagement with the councils at times through project control groups. So it's an ongoing daily effort to answer questions and respond to issues that are raised with us.
So Ms. Curry suggested that she'd been briefed in a confidential briefing that she wasn't able to disclose the contents of. Is that correct?
I would have to take that question on notice. I'm not aware. So.
Is there a reason why you would insist on confidentiality in terms of those briefings as opposed to having a sort of open...
I'm sorry, I'm not aware of that particular session, so I wouldn't like to comment.
Right, I see. Now, just as a general practice, is that something that the agency would undertake?
I'm happy to take that question on notice.
I don't know whether you use confidential briefings as a...
So we clearly do sometimes provide confidential briefings. That would be when we're seeking to share information that's in development rather than ready for communication with the public. But as I said, I wouldn't like to comment on that specific instance.
She also raised concerns about the planning around the provisional transport arrangements during the course of the line shutdown, particularly the inadequacy of the bus, the use of buses, not having sufficient buses. I think she was saying 1,000 buses a day. Would you like to offer some comment about that?
Yes, absolutely. I'm happy to take that question to start with, and then I'll pass to my transport colleagues. So the final conversion period for the Metro line, so the Bankstown line conversion to Metro, will commence sometime between July and October this year. We recognise that that will be disruptive to the commuters that are currently using that line, and so the first thing we've done is work really hard to reduce the impact. So initial estimates put the period of conversion around 50 months. We've worked hard to resequence work and get that down to up to 12 months. The next priority, of course, is to ensure that the temporary transport plan that we put in place for those disrupted passengers is of a really, really high quality. And my colleagues at Transport for New South Wales are in the process of tendering the contract to deliver those temporary services. I think two things in particular to note. One is that this isn't a regular rail replacement service. There will be traditional rail replacement services that serve each of the stations, but there will also be express buses, rapid buses. We're looking to reinstate a rail shuttle between Bankstown Bank to Lidcombe so that customers also have a rail route from Bankstown to the CBD. And a lot of community engagement is still to happen with respect to what those services will look like. And we've also built the assessment of what goes into that service plan based on a lot of experience. So this will be around the 60th time that we have temporarily closed the line, admittedly for much shorter periods, but including up to a month over the Christmas holidays this year. And so we've got a lot of lessons and understanding about the community and how they like to travel in that situation. Adrian, I don't know if there was anything you wanted to add.
Not particularly. I mean, obviously that particular piece of work is being undertaken by a separate team in transport, so I can't talk to the specifics. But as Ms McPhee was indicating, we do have a lot of experience in operating those replacement services. In actual fact, we have relatively recent experience on the Epping to Chatswood line 3 or 4 years ago with that conversion period as well. So while that was a slightly different distance and duration, there is experience in operating those sort of semi-permanent arrangements, but obviously, as we've already mentioned, taking a lot of lessons learned and making sure that we can do absolutely as much as we can with the different levers that we have available in terms of not only the actual bus procurement and provision, which, as Ms McPhee mentioned, is currently in procurement, but also around traffic conditions on those key major corridors, Canterbury Road, Bexley Road, Liverpool Road, etc., but also making use of existing transport services that operate across that corridor. Recognising that not everyone on the Bankstown line travels to and from the city all day, while in the commuter peak that is very true. There are a lot of local journeys on that, and we understand and we believe that there are a lot of local bus connections that are already available on that, but I wouldn't want to talk too much about the specifics as that's been looked after by another part of transport.
And obviously, Ms Curry was articulating a degree of community anxiety about whether you will actually be able to procure the number of buses and drivers to meet. This is your opportunity to kind of allay that community concern. Are you confident that there is an adequacy of buses and drivers to meet the challenge?
So, as Mr DeSanti said, the procurement for these specific services is still ongoing, so I can't speak to the outcome of it, but I think I will pass to Mr DeSanti to talk about the great work that's been done in recent months to alleviate that bus driver pressure.
Absolutely. So, not just specifically for the TTP on the Bankstown line, but just more broadly around bus driver availability and so forth. We've obviously had some challenging times over the last couple of years with regard to driver shortages and so forth. The work that the teams are doing with relation to making sure we have as many incentives as possible to get new drivers to come on board, but also more importantly to retain those drivers. One of the issues isn't not just to hire new drivers, but also to retain those drivers as well. We're working very closely with the Bus Industry Task Force that's been established in the last 9 months or so. There's been a lot of effort put into looking at things like sign-on bonuses and other retention arrangements to make sure that it is attractive for people to want to drive buses, and also making sure that we understand where those communities or where those drivers are in terms of where they live. We're obviously finding areas closer to the city have a slightly higher degree of driver unavailability, but that is improving. But I can't talk to the specifics in terms of which regions or which areas have particular vacancies. But I think generally speaking, with some of the task force work, and I can't speak specifically to what all the task force members are looking at with driver recruitment, but certainly there's a lot of work being done and almost no stone being unturned with regard to making sure that for the TTP along the Bankstown line, that those buses are sufficient to cater for the demand and also making sure that they can be delivered efficiently and in a sustainable manner.
I might just go see if the opposition has questions.
Sure.
There'll be time for another round. I understand Mr Namber has some questions as well, but go to Ms Merton.
Thank you very much, and thank you each of you for being here and your time and your submission work. If I could just pick up a theme that sort of has come out of this inquiry, just in terms of the changing nature of housing development and density, and what that means for sort of public transport, sort of given the reference, the terms of reference here in terms of sort of Greater Sydney and public transport. I'm just wondering, just in terms of transport, what role do you sort of play in that, in terms of we've got community concern here that we're going to have an increased demand for public transport, housing density is going up, you know, more and more housing's coming, and there's sort of, I'm just wondering, how does this work?
Yeah, you're from
a transport
right.
perspective, yeah.
Our understanding of population growth and likely growth in housing stock and housing supply is based on a set of planning assumptions that are common across the New South Wales Government, and we rely on the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure to provide that. Our understanding is that between 2021 and 2041, the population of Western Sydney is projected to increase by more than 850,000 people, up to around about 3.6 million people. The highest level of housing completions over the next 5 years are expected to occur in local government areas of Blacktown, the Hills, Liverpool, Parramatta and Camden. And the housing typology is more detached dwellings and things like that than what you might see in the eastern part of the city. How we plan to support that is thinking more about road-based transport, looking at putting in place active transport corridors and cycleways to support that, but also through the committed investments such as the Metro project, the More Trains, More Services program and things. There are a number of initiatives underway to help support that growth that we are aware of due to our ongoing collaboration with the Department of Planning.
Thank you. I just note that you make reference to sort of research and planning in terms of sort of over a 5-year period and generally, but I'm just saying of late we've had some announcements of some big housing density changes.
Yep.
And the community's concerned about this. Does transport take a more active role on this, or does that change?
We do work very closely with the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure and the development sector on the transport needs and the impact of development, all the way from master planning and precinct planning right down through to the conditions that are placed around development assessments before some of these larger developments are built. I don't know, Mr. DeSanti, if you want to add any detail about the specifics of how we do that, but it is an ongoing and iterative process involving developers and the departments.
Absolutely, and I think recent discussions around increasing density around existing transport connections and transport nodes obviously allows us to actually better plan for future service uplifts both on the rail network, metro or bus servicing. And I think one of the key things for us is really embedding that discussion with planning, but also local government as well, because they're often at the coalface, as I'm sure you would have heard in the last few hearings sessions, where they're approving lots of development and so forth. For us to be cognizant of that transit-oriented development, that push to provide that uplifting density actually allows us to then put the case to government for further enhancement of either rail services, bus services through a growth program, and we have experience in, especially on the bus side of things, with previous programs where funding's been made available for us to put new or enhanced bus services in areas where they've experienced residential growth. Now, while that's not necessarily closed the gap, so to speak, in some of the areas that have been developed over the last 10 or 15 years, it has been a lot better, but I think this new impetus to focus on those existing transport corridors allows us to do a lot better planning, and actually also not just from a transport or service planning perspective, but also from an investment prioritisation perspective, understanding that if we're going to have an extra however many 100 or 1,000 dwellings in a particular area or on a corridor, we can actually then target future service uplift on that particular corridor so that the service provision and the housing development hopefully occurs hand in hand.
Mm-hmm. And it just also reflecting sort of from earlier witnesses that a lot of the community are feeling sort of ignored and left behind on this and in the dark, and what does this mean? How do we best communicate this, or who does that? Is that planning? Is that transport? Sort of that community engagement. I think Ms McVeigh mentioned about the community consultation framework in reference to the Bankstown line. But I'm just wondering whether we could learn a bit more about how does that work?
So in terms of consultation, as we go through and introduce the planning reforms, there'll be consultation around the specific precincts that have been identified, and as the planning reforms themselves are put in place and refined. So there is yet to be that detailed level of consultation that the community are looking for. So, the announcements at this stage have been a broad indication of the direction of increasing density, but there will be detailed consultation around specific precincts, and also further consultation with transport as we move forward about how we service those precincts.
Okay, I know Mr. Nam's
Sorry, if I could just stop on that one. See, because we're getting people, residents telling us that they're being informed of these changes in the density when they get a knock at the door by a real estate agent.
Yeah.
So I appreciate yet to be will be around the precincts. What time frame are we looking at here? Just roughly.
Look,
given what's in the public domain on this.
Yeah, I think it's in this next quarter coming up this year. So, but I'd have to take it on notice to give you specific
if you could,
dates.
yeah, thanks. Sorry.
There's a fair bit of speculation.
Thank you,
and
Mr.
Mr.
Namber.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I'm not sure who to direct the question to, but it has been answered to a degree to one of Ms. Merton's questions, so I don't know if you have anything more to add, but you've cited the significant population growth that's projected, particularly amongst the LGAs in Western and Southwestern Sydney. What academics and think tanks have constantly told me is that the reason we have extremely limited public transport access in areas like Wilton, Appin, Menangle, Oran Park is frankly because land use planning and transport planning in Sydney has just been siloed for a decade. What I'm wondering is, and I know you've touched on it, but it's good to say that land use planners and transport planners are now talking to each other, but I'm really interested in the how, because that seems to have been a significant cause of why we are in the position that we are, where we just have these sprawling suburbs with very little transport infrastructure connected to services. Can you get into a little bit more of the mechanics around how those planners communicate, what the machinery is? Is there a turf war, or was there a turf war between departments that got in the way of this?
No turf war.
We're going to argue about who answers first.
I think it's really important to understand that there's generally in most of these areas a suite of plans that apply to the area that start out at a broad scale and then work right through to implementation. And at each stage of that, we are working across government to implement those plans, depending on whether you've got the broader scale, so something like the Wilton 2040 plan, which has your major transport corridors identified, your major land uses identified. These plans are worked up together across government and very closely. Transport and planning work really closely together because we're probably the two agencies that affect land use outcomes the most. So in the growth areas particularly, there are these growth centre plans, the broader plans that stretch across, and then down from that there are often master plan areas or smaller rezonings where we continue to work with transport about what the mechanics are in terms of infrastructure delivery to be able to service a proposed population. So depending on where we are in the planning process depends on the nature of the work and how we're working together. But it comes from high-level project control groups where we meet on a growth centre basis probably every 6 weeks, where all the government agencies are around the table, the councils are around the table, and we're talking about infrastructure needs in those growth areas, through to around when we're looking at specific development applications and referring those through to the various departments, including transport, and getting their direct feedback about what type of road infrastructure and intersection infrastructures, or whether there's sufficient public transport there to be able to service those. So the level of consultation is tailored depending on what phase of planning and delivery we are actually up to.
I think just adding to that, if I may, Mr. Namber, from a transport perspective, we are very aware that there's a strong community expectation, and this is conveyed to us by our ministers, about the importance of having a joined up approach and transport and planning being in lockstep. So from our perspective, working with the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure to understand what the potential land use changes are and inform them with advice as to what that will impact in terms of creating demand for travel, requirements for public transport infrastructure, active transport infrastructure and services to meet the needs of those new communities is absolutely core business for us. I would say that we have regular forums at all levels between the two agencies that are about making sure we meet the community's needs and expectations around joined up planning. I think there's a number of examples we could give, including the Aerotropolis planning that's occurred, which really shows the two agencies working in lockstep.
Do you agree with the criticism that historically in Sydney, land use planning and transport planning has operated in silos, and given your experience now, are those bottlenecks that have resulted in the situation we find ourselves in disappeared? Have we learned the lessons from the past?
I think we are always looking to learn lessons and to improve how we do. I probably wouldn't like to comment historically too much. I've been in my role for 18 months or a little bit over, and in that time that focus on collaboration and working together has been extremely strong and communicated down to us from all levels, ministers, secretaries and that sort of thing. If there are historical disconnects, then we're definitely working as hard as we can to make sure the mistakes of the past aren't repeated.
I just had an unrelated question, and I recall it was in the submission. I don't know who this is best directed to, but In your submission, you stated that demand is going to exceed capacity on a number of rail lines in Western Sydney by 2036. Can you just tell the committee what's driving that demand? Is it new development? Is it proposed infill development? So what's actually driving that demand, and what sort of investments are you looking at to avoid that scenario?
Yeah, I might take that one briefly. In terms of some of those rail lines, absolutely it is that population projections and that future view of where land use change will occur, especially in Western Sydney. That is one of the key areas of where we undertake that demand analysis. 2036, while it sounds like it's a fair way away, like everything, it creeps up on us. But certainly in terms of what are we doing to make sure that we provide the right level of service on some of those rail lines, but equally across the whole public transport network. We obviously in more recent times have had fewer people using the network, especially post-COVID. So while there are certain lines like the Western Line or even the T8 towards Campbelltown, at certain times of the peak period you might get certain trains that are full. Our average loading on a lot of those lines is still below what we saw pre-2019. But still, having said that, we still do expect through natural population growth and through that change in development, both from a residential perspective, but also employment growth as well, across Western Sydney, we are anticipating that those rail lines will be very busy when you head into the next 10 to 15 year period. And we, as I've mentioned earlier, in transport always do continual planning to see what future investments are needed beyond the current investment pipeline that we have at the moment with current metro or light rail or even bus networks. We're always continually identifying what those future needs are. And clearly, they are options we will take to government as we develop those, but we're obviously very cognizant that before too long, the next decade or so creeps up on us. So that planning work is always undertaken, and at the right time, we'll make sure that we have those discussions and seek investment decisions through our normal internal processes, but also take those to government, because we are acutely aware that, like the previous question you had about the land use, the planning and transport being in lockstep, that is a byproduct of that transport and land use being in lockstep, to make sure that we take to government at the right time for the right decisions to be made, so that we don't have that problem where we're retrofitting service capacity, whether it's on the rail network or the bus network, after the fact. But again, that's obviously a matter for government at the time, but we are always doing that medium and long-term planning work.
And if I may, Mr. Presidente, that's exactly the issue that Metro Investment is there to help resolve. So the Sydney Metro West project will double rail capacity on the corridor between Parramatta and the CBD, and the City and South West project will do a similar thing through the CBD, obviously linking all the way from the southwest, all the way down to Bankstown next year, all the way up to the northwest. So both of those metro investments double the relevant rail capacity in their area.
I'm interested in, so you've spoken about the sort of metro being used to assist with capacity. Just say on lines like the T1 line through to Penrith and the Blue Mountains, where capacity was an issue. I don't know if that's changed post-COVID, but are you looking at ways to sweat existing assets where there is no proposition for a new line or a new metro to service those areas?
Yeah, absolutely. So in addition to some of the investments on metro and so forth, sweating the asset is obviously something that's obviously an option for transport. And in actual fact, we have a digital systems program that is currently in its early stages, being rolled out on some parts of the network. And that digital systems program is really about upgrading the signalling system on the existing heavy rail network to really the 21st century, and really bringing that into the fore, which enables that sweating of the asset, so to speak, where you can actually have more throughput on your existing infrastructure. So at the moment, the existing signalling system may allow headways of 3 or 4 minutes. You could get that down to every 2 or 3 minutes through a digital systems approach. So that's only in its early phases. I don't have the specifics of when the first phase will roll out. I know the program's underway, but that is one option. Aside from a lot of money spent on augmenting capacity on the Western Line, building extra tracks or a totally brand new corridor, but absolutely putting those things like digital systems is one thing. Another thing also that we constantly look at, not just on the rail network but on the public transport more broadly, is also making sure that we provide better all-day service frequency. A lot of our transport network is still very reliant in terms of its service provision and timetabling on peak periods. Now, clearly that's when a lot of people want to travel. That's a key time of demand. But as we've already seen with COVID and the post-pandemic, with a lot more flexible working, a lot more different arrangements, we slowly want to move to that more all-day frequent type of service so that everyone's not trying to travel at 8 o'clock in the morning or at 5:30 in the afternoon. So that's another way of sweating the asset, by providing service frequency at a higher interval earlier in the morning and throughout the day, so people aren't necessarily compelled where they can. Obviously, there are lots of things like childcare commitments and other reasons why people can't travel earlier or later. But for those people that can, one of the factors that they don't is because the frequency drops off. So even without digital systems into the medium term, putting extra services on in that shoulder peak period or throughout the day actually does help get people on, spread people across the network a lot more evenly.
I'm pleased. I am pleased to hear. In a prior life, I was involved in the rail network, and it was a constant. We constantly heard that there was a lot more that could be done with the existing heavy rail network, both with respect to speed and capacity. If signalling was addressed, if bottlenecks on the city circle were addressed, if staffing was addressed. So those are all things that are in the mix as well, not just building shiny new bits of infrastructure.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, future stages of that will be dependent on investment decisions, but absolutely that planning work is always continual, just making sure we've got our eyes wide open for what's coming.
I might just jump in for, cover a few more issues that have been raised by witnesses throughout this inquiry if I can. The issue of bus shelters has come up a lot, and the fact that there's often it's the councils that have to fund those shelters, or that's the arrangement, I think. What is there from the state government perspective to support councils doing that? Is there any policy targets in terms of upgrading bus shelters across Western Sydney? Let's just stick with Western Sydney.
Yeah, there's no policy that I'm aware of in terms of, or targets in terms of upgrading bus shelters. A lot of our work obviously is the bus service itself and getting more frequent services so that people aren't obviously waiting as long for buses to turn up. But in terms of the bus shelters themselves, you're correct in saying that largely that is a local government responsibility. But clearly we want to make sure that where we have people using our public transport network, we want to make sure that they can access that network safely and efficiently. And we obviously know Western Sydney, as in other parts of Sydney, with hotter summers and wetter and colder winters and so forth, that is a big issue. One of the ways to address that obviously is through shelters and working with local councils to make sure that, and we certainly do have discussion with council from time to time in terms of where we will be putting future investment in bus services so that their upgrades to bus stops can be in concert with that. But certainly from a shelter perspective, we don't have any particular targets, so to speak, or necessarily policy around increasing the number of shelters.
Do you have any idea? Do you keep a tally of the different type of bus stops in Western Sydney? How many don't have shelters? How many are just a pole without a seat? Do you have those statistics across the different LGAs?
We have information about the types of bus stops we do have, specifically whether or not we have a number of shelters at each bus stop. I'd have to take that on notice. But obviously in our service planning, we obviously work very closely with councils to see if we're putting new services in, we work very closely with those councils.
You have said that. So the local government, as well as sweltering cities, councils, other witnesses, have spoken about the fact of the huge disincentive to actually catch buses as a result of there being no shelter. So your responsibility as the state government, as Transport for New South Wales is to look at services, but unless the services are attractive and people feel comfortable catching those services, they're less inclined to, therefore patronage goes down, therefore the bus frequency usually goes down as well. Also, the statistics in terms of what local governments were able to fund each year was something like 5 shelters a year when they've got demand of needing to upgrade 400 shelters or bus stops with no shelters. And again, these are 45-degree days, 46-degree days. So there is nothing that at this point, and I know you're not the minister, so I won't go too hard on you, but what you're saying is there actually isn't anything within state government to assist to really ensure that those bus shelters, that there are shelters and that they're comfortable, and most importantly, that they encourage people to catch a bus.
Yeah, I mean, we would agree that, obviously the more amenity you have at bus stops is one factor in attractiveness of using public transport, so we absolutely do agree with that. But in terms of shelters, as I mentioned, largely they're a local government responsibility, but it would be a matter for government
I know it's a policy perspective, I just needed to get a sense that there is nothing.
I would also add that in establishing the bus industry task force and the review of that, the government did give that task force a wide remit, which includes talking to Transport for New South Wales around things like bus stops and considering how we can make the services more in line with community needs.
Okay.
Separately, there was a white paper released in October last year looking at on-street transit and particularly ways that we can improve the provision of bus services, consideration of more frequent and rapid services and a better end-to-end journey offering on buses.
That was a white paper that was statewide, do you mean when you say?
It was. It did recommend, I think, 39 routes for potential rapid bus corridors in Sydney, and it did also talk about steps that could be taken to make buses, including the curb and on-street environment, more attractive for use.
In the Beeline project, you actually did provide bus shelter upgrades in you, is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. And I think in that instance, that's where we provided shelters because it was part of that project to upgrade that particular corridor. Largely that's on a state road network in terms of having a Beeline product with the augmentation of the amenity at those stops. So shelters where we could provide them real-time information, a dedicated fleet of double-decker buses and so forth. As Mr Hunter mentioned, as we progressively roll out future frequent and rapid corridors, which is similar to Beeline, then obviously that's where we would look at the amenity of those bus stops. We would look at those specific type of shelters and so forth. We also have that similar arrangement in shelters on the transitways. So there's the Liverpool Parramatta Transitway and also the Rouse Hill to Parramatta Transitway. But typically when you go away from those 3 main corridors, all the other local services that operate in our network, where there's shelters, they're the responsibility of council.
And there's no dedicated state fund to provide shelters, is there?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Yeah.
Can I...
Just on, just thinking, safe and accessible transport, just continuing on that, with the Western Sydney Airport having a 24-hour curfew, 24 hours, operating 24 hours, sorry, no curfew, what has been put in place or thinking, not just of course with the metro stations, but the fact that if passengers are arriving at 3 a.m, 4 a.m, the transport options available for people at that time of the morning?
Yeah, I might start with that question, then I'll probably hand over to Ms McPhee. So the key public transport options for the Aerotropolis will be the bus services that will be provided as part of that Stage 1 Rapid Bus program initially, and then also the metro services. So we are in the early planning stages of really refining the scope and the timetable for those bus services, and a lot of that is reliant on understanding how the airport are going to use their, what we're going to see with passenger movements in and outside of the airport in that particular place, and also worker movements around the area and the types of people who are coming and moving to the place. So that will inform the types of services and the timetabling around what we provide for both those services. Safety is always a consideration. It's the number one consideration. So as we're going and developing those services, we'll start to have a look at how do we make them, how do we implement the right safety measures for those services in line with how we deliver safety for all our bus services and metro and rail services across the network.
Can I check with that? So is it expected that the first, say, few years, is there anything that says that it needs to be the planes coming in just need to be freight, which doesn't make sense. But I'm just imagining 2026, if suddenly it's 24 hours, those planes that have wanted to land at 4 a.m. or 2 a.m. do so. That's a completely new transport system for Sydney, isn't it? You're saying buses, but I'm sure that's not shuttling passengers all over Sydney. So if the buses take those people, say, to Parramatta, maybe to Sydney CBD, they've still got to get everywhere else, and the transport system's shut down. So what, as in at 3 a.m, what is happening with that?
Yeah, no, look, it's a really great question. I think, it will be an integrated transport solution to support the airport, and it's something that we're going to have to learn over time. We haven't done this before, so it is something that will be a little bit of a learning along the way.
That doesn't sound very encouraging, I have to say, learning along the way. If planes are arriving when the airport opens in 2027, learning along the way now in 2024, probably we need to know that the
Let
transport...
me take a step back on that then.
Maybe.
There's a lot of work and planning work that's been done with the airport, with our partners in Metro, with the bus services as well, and also we've looked very closely about what happens overseas to other, 24-hour centres. So while it's the first time we may have done that, we certainly have learned and taken lessons learned and taken a lot of information on how planning gets delivered and what best practice looks like. We're still trying to identify the patterns of, the airport will release over time how they're expecting the journeys and the trip journeys to occur from the airport and what they're expecting to see in those first initial years of when things will happen, and that will help us pivot and have a look at, what we need to provide. We're still a few years out, and the bus services will take time. We've got the time to work in with the information we get from the airport as to how we think the airport will be operating in those early years.
And I think just to add to Ms Gaiman's point and to your question around 24-hour services, we do have a network of night ride services that do operate overnight to complete the 24-hour availability of transport. A lot of those services operate, as you may know, on the key rail corridors. So when we operate those services from the airport to St Mary's or to Liverpool or to Campbelltown at 3 or 4 in the morning, there will be night ride services that customers needing that onward journey can use. But as Ms Gaiman pointed out, as the city keeps growing, we are always constantly looking at opportunities to improve our 24-hour service provision. And we have a number of bus routes, admittedly in the eastern part of Sydney, that do operate 24 hours, but we do want to continue to expand that provision of public transport on a 24-hour basis.
And if I can give you a metro service to the airport perspective, so we are still targeting metro service commencing at the same time as passenger flights to the airport. We haven't finalised the hours of operation for the Western Sydney Airport line, but by way of comparison, the existing North West Metro runs from around 5 in the morning to between 12:30 and 2 a.m. at the weekend. So because of the Metro product, there's very little shutdown overnight. So we will adapt that, but again, the city section is planned to operate for 21 to 22 hours a day.
And I think
So if someone arrives at 3:30, they've got a bit of a wait,
We would probably counsel thinking about it as an integrated transport system, night ride buses, point-to-point transport, as well as the heavy rail services, and understanding, as Ms Gaiman said, the demand patterns through the airport and how many planes will be landing, how many people are likely to disembark, will inform our planning for that.
It's a big project. I know that there's, I'll have a couple more questions and throw to other members again. I'm curious as to how the departments work with councils and the kind of transport plans for multiple LGAs, regions, areas, if you like. What kind of planning, what that looks like. There's different views from councils as to how how well integrated that is with transport, to be honest. Some councils have said not much has happened. Others say that there's some pretty good kind of planning going on. So if a council says we really need desperately these bus connections, we'd love some more rail, how does that work, and what are the formal groupings, formal consultation processes, committees, whatever it is? Just talk us through that, how you work with councils on their transport needs.
I think it is quite case by case, as you've pointed out, and it will depend on the level of growth in a local government area, the types of service offering, and a range of other things. If it's a precinct where the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure are convening a forum to look at a growth centre plan or something like that, we'll work with the councils through those sort of structured engagements. In terms of projects like the Aerotropolis, the engagement's been quite deep with the councils, and through other things like service reviews, we do have forums where we engage with council. So I would struggle to give you an answer that was definitive that says this is the front door for every council on every issue. I do think it is determined a little bit case by case.
And I think also, over the last few years, Transport's also developed an area called Community in Place, and we have one in our Greater Sydney division and a similar one in our regional division as well. And really that was off the back of a lot of councils, as you've mentioned, trying to find the front door to find out who to speak to with regard to bus or train services or major projects and whatnot. And I think, we have that ability for local councils and other stakeholders to come to Transport through that Community in Place environment. And I think that's been a big success. That doesn't necessarily mean that everybody knows about it. Maybe that's something that Transport collectively can promote a little bit more. But certainly recognising that improvement needed in terms of stakeholder engagement and so forth, including local councils, I think that's been a step forward.
I might also add to that, Mr DeSanti, in saying that we engage with councils on different things at different levels. So, we're engaging them on projects, we're engaging them on strategic planning, we're engaging them in issues and things that come up locally, engaging them with safety. So there are lots, Transport's a big beast, as are some of the councils. What my experience of engaging with councils is that the parts of the business that have to spend a lot of time with each other dealing with these have good, deep relationships that are established between the different councils and the different layers within Transport. And as Mr DeSanto said, where we've had some hit and miss and that's where we've really tried to provide that concierge, so that if there is how do you access us, you can go through that and we can connect up with the different groups. But absolutely agree with what my colleagues have said.
So, okay, it sounds like there's not to really support councils and work with them in terms of what their needs are, because they're the ones hearing it. I mean, it's incredible. Their submissions, that to this inquiry really demonstrate how much they know the transport needs at a very micro level in their community. Some have developed transport plans, plans within their council, but it doesn't sound like there's any way within Transport for New South Wales, for example, to meet with councils, discuss with them their needs, their transport needs, and bring that back. That's not happening.
I think we would probably say there are many ways in which it does happen, not that there isn't any way. I think we wouldn't say there isn't a single way to do it. In my experience, Chair, councils are pretty effective in getting into transport and putting their views forward. I know personally some of the former witnesses to this committee who have come in, met with us, advocated on behalf of either the 8 councils or their council, where we've engaged in sort of joint modelling or analysis projects, or looked at their plans, provided data and insights to help them develop those plans. So I do think we have a number of touch points. I think perhaps it's not known universally, and perhaps there isn't always the answers that councils are seeking, but there is definitely an ongoing dialogue. It just takes different forms with different local government areas.
Okay, I've got one more question. I'll go to, just because it's come up a lot as well, is Metro West. The consideration that's been given to other stations along Metro West, Silverwater, Newington, as well as Camellia has come up a lot. What consideration is currently being undertaken within Metro West for that firstly? And actually, I'll just ask that and then I've got a follow-up.
Yep, sure, no problem. So at the end of last year, the government asked us to look at the potential to add up to 2 stations to the existing Metro West alignment, which runs from Westmead through to the CBD, and for one of those locations to be Rosehill Gardens, which is subject to a separate unsolicited proposal process via a proposal put by the ACT to government to build up to 25,000 dwellings on the existing racecourse site. So we're looking at that location and another location which is still being worked up.
What are the options in terms of the other locations?
So we're doing quite a wide review and undertaking the assessment at the moment. So I'll let that work complete before I talk about any outcomes.
Is it expected with that, and this is in also, I suppose, for broader transport projects, the ensuring that even if stations aren't built, reserving the land for a potential station or reserving corridors, which I think is part of the discussion we had earlier around land use planning, that tension, that transport connections sometimes and corridors aren't mapped out and protected first. Is it expected, or is it your expectation that areas will be conserved for future stations if those stations aren't built? Is that an active consideration within?
So with respect to the 2 additional stations that we've been asked to add to the
one's
existing,
Rosehill, so you don't need to worry about that.
The existing alignment, we are absolutely considering options which either would have the station commence and open at the same time as the rest of the railway, the rest of the alignment, and options which would have it opened afterwards and staged. We also, in our projects, do make active provision for extensions. So, for instance, if you look at phase 1 of the Western Sydney Airport Metro, we've actually included stub tunnels at either end to enable easy tunnelling on north or south in the event that extension occurs whilst we're operational.
Just on the technical capacity, so I think it was Parramatta City Council was saying you actually need to reserve the station boxes, and then if you don't do that at the outset, then effectively there's no option of putting additional stations in at a later time. Is that correct?
Yeah, so in order to build a station, you do absolutely need a flat, straight piece of track in the tunnel. So there are only certain places you can come back. If you haven't made that decision up front, as you say, to preserve, then there are limited opportunities to add stations. But the engineers will tell you that anything is possible. It is done globally, both that provisioning of station boxes for adding stations to lines at a later date and completely coming back afresh.
The provisioning for station boxes, is that how much additional cost does that add to a project? If you're not actually building the station, just reserving some space and making sure that there's a straight bit of line, is that hugely expensive, or is that something that would add moderately to the cost of the
Yes, so that really depends on the level of provisioning. As I say, if you look globally, those options are anything from ensuring that there's a straight, flat piece of track that's suitable in the future, right down to fully excavating and building the construction, maybe not fitting out, putting the systems, but creating essentially a soft wall either side of the tunnel. So there are various options.
So how would you put retrofit a station without actually stopping a line?
I think you're definitely moving outside of my area of expertise, I'm afraid. I'm not an engineer.
Okay.
Clearly it's best to do it first.
Yeah, probably.
Buses and newer suburbs, we've heard quite a few witnesses again plead for buses in the short term. If there is a train or metro 20, 30 years down the track, at least get buses in the short term. I'll use Wilton and Appin again, potentially as examples. But is there, say, a plan over the next 5 years to increase the provision of bus services in some of these newer areas that don't have good services, don't have existing services? Because we did hear from people where they just don't have that. Is there a plan to do that? Is there a target as well to increase the number of services available in parts of Western Sydney?
Yeah, so to answer that, there's no target specifically, but as I've mentioned earlier, we are working with the Bus Industry Task Force, and one of their early recommendations from their first report was the establishment of a long-term growth program. So while previously we did have a growth program that enabled us funding to put services in, and by the name of the program growth, it was targeted at a lot of areas, especially in Western Sydney. We are doing a lot of work as a result of that recommendation to put cases to government for funding of a longer term program. We're doing a lot of work in the medium term sphere to make sure that we identify not only the rapid corridors and those frequent routes that Mr Hunter alluded to earlier, but even more importantly, getting services in on the ground very close to day one of when people are moving into those suburbs, but also retrofitting services to places like Wilton and some of those other locations in the southwest and also the northwest, where the services, we may have put some early services in, but the frequency's not right, or the areas now have fully developed, so we now need to go back and put a full-time proper service in. So absolutely, we're working and developing plans at the moment, and following that task force early recommendation for that long-term growth program, doing a lot of work to take to government to hopefully get funding in that. But our planning has identified a lot of those particular areas and where there is a need to put bus services in. We certainly are aware of those, and we are doing a lot of planning work, and we'll put those options to government.
Is there a frequency for buses at which it just becomes kind of unviable, if you like, where people stop using it because it's only coming every half an hour or every hour sometimes, but half an hour does seem, we heard the other day, doesn't seem to be enough? Is there a frequency that you work with for new suburbs and areas of Western Sydney that you must see and deliver for it to be something that people want to use?
Yeah, absolutely. So I did allude to service planning guidelines earlier, but in terms of frequency, an ideal base frequency is 30 minutes. There are a lot of areas that actually have an hourly frequency.
30 minutes as or more frequently?
Or more frequently, yeah, correct. But as a base, to get an initial level of service into those growth areas, especially as houses are still being built, we believe a 30-minute frequency should be the minimum. As those areas develop, then we want to move towards 20-minute frequencies or 15-minute frequencies. And in certain areas, once we have a bit more contiguous development, we do want to roll out what we call our all-day frequent network, where we have frequent buses that run up to every 10 minutes or better. As you get those type of service frequencies, people don't rely on trip planning because they know that they don't have to wait more than 5 or 7 minutes for a bus. But the base frequency is 30 minutes or better, and that's what we want to aim towards, both in existing areas where it doesn't meet that that frequency, but also in new areas as well.
And probably just adding to that, the span of hours, the number of hours across the day where we can run the bus services can also be a determinant of people's willingness to use buses.
Correct.
If the bus service, say, stops at 6 p.m, but they need to travel back at 7, and there isn't an option, that can be a barrier to use. So part of those service planning guidelines is to look at the all-day coverage options as well.
Sure, Mr. Gannon.
Yeah, Camden City Council suggested an idea around mode shift targets, and I wonder whether consideration has been given to that by Transport, and what consideration has been given to that idea.
I would probably refer that question to the Minister. It's a policy question rather than one that we, I think, will answer.
Right, I see. So you can't answer in relation to whether there's been consideration of that as a tool. Is it useful?
I think historically mode share targets have been used. There aren't current mode share targets that we're working towards. There are different considerations made of different ways to increase ridership and things, and mode share targets would be one of a suite of measures that would be considered.
And what are the limitations of applying that? Like, what are the cons in terms of adopting that way of approaching it?
I think it would depend on the nature of the target and the area that it applied to and the type of trip it applied to. For example, if you think about travel to the Sydney CBD, there's a very high mode share for public transport in the commute times because it's relatively frequent, reliable and cost effective compared to, say, the cost of parking. Different factors will impact on people's travel choices and travel behaviours, and I'm not sure, depending on the nature of the question, that a mode share target would always be the right way to measure the success of the system.
Okay, so is it currently the policy to try and reduce car dependence?
In the future transport strategy that was released under the former government in 2022, there was a commitment to or a direction to stabilise growth in vehicle kilometres travelled across Greater Sydney. With the growth rates in Sydney and the growth of private vehicle use that typically goes with that, that would have the incentive of, or that would have the impact of encouraging more use of public transport to meet that target. And it gives our agency sort of that government-led imprimatur to consider a range of methods and measures to change that travel behaviour.
Right, okay.
How's that going in terms of stabilising?
I think we're still seeing a normalisation of behaviour post-pandemic. I think the travel patterns and behaviours changed quite considerably because of that. We're seeing a slower recovery on public transport than on road use. So I think road use is back to levels that it was at pre-pandemic.
How do you measure that, by the way? Like, how do you measure how many kilometres are being travelled in vehicles? Yeah, like, I'm just curious about how you actually quantify that. What's the metric that you're relying on to determine whether they're increasing or decreasing?
I think to give you the best answer to that, I'll take that on notice if that's okay.
Great. Say that because I was going to get.
Can I ask about, so one of the other things that's come up in evidence is the issue around school construction. So I think we heard evidence just earlier today about schools in Oran Park with sort of massive enrolments, and there appears to be a preference within school infrastructure to build larger schools, and that's then contributing to people travelling further to get their kids for pick up and drop off. And so I wanted to ask about the dialogue that exists between transport and school infrastructure around that particular issue, because obviously it has flow-on effects in terms of local traffic, and maybe that policy preference that's being adopted for budgetary reasons by school infrastructure actually has additional costs that are borne elsewhere in the community, and we're actually paying more for something that's been driven by a particular narrow perspective.
Yeah, I think in answer to that, we are, and in recent times, been developing a really strong collaboration with schools infrastructure. We've been working very closely with them because, as you noted, in the recent few years, we've obviously seen decisions made by other departments like schools infrastructure, and then costs or other unintended consequences borne by transport or others. A lot of that is around school bus servicing and dedicated school servicing and so forth. But even less in that regard, but also about timing and understanding that we have an enlarged enrolment area for a particular school, or where there's existing schools, enrolment zones are changing. That can make it quite difficult for us to then reorient our bus network, especially those dedicated school services, on a relatively quick basis, because it does take time. Everything is intertwined, but our collaboration with schools infrastructure has really improved quite a lot. In actual fact, there's been quite a lot of discussion about making sure we get the right people at the table to understand both the near-term issues that are arising from things like changing school enrolments and school catchments, to those medium and longer-term propositions of building larger schools and so forth. So I think moving forward there is going to be a greater opportunity for us to make sure we're a lot more aligned, in a similar vein to what we were talking about before about that general planning and transport nexus. So there's always been discussions with schools infrastructure, but I think in recent times it's really improved, and we're really both trying to make concerted efforts to get that a lot more aligned, so we're not having those problems like you've mentioned in Oran
I mean, there's a
Park.
lot of hand-wringing about, like kids not walking to school anymore, but I mean, if you're travelling, many kilometres to get to a school because it's basically the location and the enrolment targets for those schools are high, then obviously that's going to work against presumably a policy objective that's adopted by Transport to encourage more active transport, particularly around school journeys.
Yeah, and I think it also goes to the local planning of those particular school sites as well. So if we can get those school sites on or close to major road corridors and so forth, it is easier for us from a public transport perspective to serve them on the existing bus network or to have new bus services introduced. And that dialogue where I've explained around increasing our collaboration with schools infrastructure, they've also wanted the same from us as well. So it's not just a one-way discussion. And I think, over time we're going to see that those issues a lot better overcome than what we have experienced in the past.
How's the planning for active transport undertaken within Transport for New South Wales? The need for cycleways, the need for pedestrian access, pathways. How is that undertaken? As in, it would be appreciated even in terms of the unit itself, and how is that done? And then if you're aware of the portion of the budget, the transport budget that is going into active transport, cycleways, because we heard evidence about that as well. 30? Sorry, Mr. Hunter.
Yes, that's okay. Transport for New South Wales does have a Cities and Active Transport division with a specific focused active transport lead, and that team works across transport to promote and plan for the needs of our active transport users across the work. They've got a range of programs underway, including their strategic cycleway corridors, various cycleways, including around Parramatta Active Transport Link. From the figures I've seen, this year's budget contained an additional 60 million in funding. I don't have a global number, so I'll have to take that on notice.
Well, you can. We'll also have an opportunity in a few weeks to get into the numbers a bit more.
I wanted to ask about this. I mean, this is sort of it's similar to the issue around bus shelters, which is the sort of interplay between local government and their role and Transport's role. On cycleways, it seems like all the actual implementation, so I think there's the Cycleway Corridors program, the Transport are sort of, identifying the sort of big picture kind of where the corridors should occur, but actually in terms of rolling out bike lanes, that expenditure actually it's expected to be borne by local government, and then local government tell us, well, we're not funded for that, and so any kind of cycleway expansion is actually contingent on obtaining additional funding for it. Like, it seems like it's a sort of, both sides are finding a reason not to be able to progress the expansion of the cycleway system. How do we resolve this issue?
I think there's a range of different programs that are in place to fund active transport infrastructure. Some information I had says that in 2022-23, there was 117.9 million of grant funding awarded to 283 projects, and included programs like Alfred Street Cycleway at Parramatta and shared paths in Newcastle and Parks. And then in 2023-24, a further 50 million was allocated to 87 programs. So I think there are particular investments from the New South Wales government in cycling infrastructure and active transport infrastructure.
Is it combined with land use planning? This is probably the last because I'm just conscious of time. But sure. I think it, because they sound, small grants given to councils, which that we won't sneeze at. That's great. But the integration between planning for new major projects, transport projects, how is that happening? As in cycleways, active transport with that?
Absolutely, in terms of the planning for greenfield and new developments, thinking about active transport links and planning for that to be put in as part of the development.
Projects now with like Metro and train.
I think Metro can give an
difficult.
answer about station precincts and active transport connection.
Happy to if you'd like. Yeah, so if we take, say, for instance, the Western Sydney Airport Metro project as an example, we are putting in place multimodal facilities, and that includes active transport facilities. So along that project alone, 8.8 kilometres of footpaths, shared paths, 6.9 kilometres of cycleways, and storage on day one of 413 bikes, with space provision for 750. And the planning for where those footpaths and where those cycleways goes is done very much in collaboration with the land use agencies, including the Department of Planning, but also the local councils, with respect to their precinct plan and vision.
Yeah, and I might just add to that, the Aerotropolis is one of those great examples where you get to start from the ground up, and certainly the corridor provision for the new roads that need to be built through there are all at a width that allow for that active transport use. And because we've got a nice flat area out there, you can encourage the active transport links really early on, not just only connecting to the airport, but connecting people's, to the employment opportunities around there as well.
Thank you. We have gone over time, actually, so thanks very much for your time this afternoon, and that concludes that's the last hearing for this inquiry. Thank you so much, and the Secretariat will be in touch for anything that you took on notice. Thank you.
Thank you.